and I decided to get my behind up and come to the gym. So I noticed that during my week 14 weigh in, I lost 5 pounds because I decided to be an adult and go to the gym that week. And then in week 15, I didn't go to the gym and I didn't lose any weight. So although I'm about 27 pounds down, and most of the 15 weeks that I've been losing weight, I have not been working out. I do tend to notice a bit of a tick up, in fact, a pretty big tick up when I decide to come to the gym. I just really haven't had the energy. And it's crazy because this week I take my last 5 milligram dose of compound tirzepatide before I titrate up. Now, that's going to be interesting because I've been getting extreme fatigue on the 5 milligram. So I don't know what it's going to be like to go to a 6 milligram, a 7.5 milligram, a six, because my telehealth company had to do some things with the dosing to get around this whole FDA situation. So I'll be moving to a 6 milligram dose, which I think should be fine. But in about 4 weeks, I'll be moving up to the 7.5 because I decided to change telehealth companies to Orderly Meds. And they went ahead and titrated me up during my intake. I requested a titration up because although the 5 milligram has been great, in fact, I think that had none of this stuff happened with the FDA and different telehealth companies and compounding pharmacies trying to figure out their way around it, I probably would stay on the 5 milligram. But the 6 milligram that I will be taking is mixed with glycine, and I don't know if I'm going to like that. So I hoped that changing telehealth companies would get me back to just straight compounded tirzepatide with nothing else added. But we will see, because now that my order is on the way, it looks like both telehealth companies are now using Red Rock. So I don't know if the glycine edition is a Red Rock edition or if it's the telehealth company prescription that's being written that way. So we will see about that. But I decided to come to the gym. I did some weight training, and y'all, I think I have discovered the joys of running. Now, I've lost almost 30 pounds. And when I was first starting to lose weight and I would come to the gym, first of all, I hate cardio. If you could get me to do any cardio, it's probably going to have something to do with running or jumping. But because I was so heavy, I was having a hard time running on the treadmill without feeling like my knees were being super impacted, my feet, my ankles. I just ran, well, I'll say jogged about 4 miles per hour. I didn't do a whole 4 miles, but that was the speed, and no incline, and it was great. I jogged for about 2 minutes straight, which is a big deal for me at 215 pounds. Like, jogged for 2 minutes straight. It felt really good, and I'm like, you know what? I think I can do this, guys. I think I'm gonna be running from now on. We'll see. I still have not tried running outside because that tends to be a lot harder. So my 2 minutes will turn into 20 seconds very quickly. So we're gonna try out running or jogging um, for this week alongside with some weight training. And I got a new Apple Watch, so I should at least be motivated to try to reach some of my fitness goals that are tracked on.
Hey, gang. Can I get a mic check? Hello, hello, everybody. I did not run that week, y'all. I don't know what I was thinking, talking about we gonna be jogging for this week. I did not run that week. I sure didn't. How are you guys doing today? I'm not gonna lie, my current positioning feels so awkward. Hold on, give me a second. And also, can I get a mic check? Let me know how I sound. Okay. I'm still struggling. I'm still struggling with the gain on my mic. For some reason, I can't get it below 10 10 decibels, and that's still pretty loud for my what happened? Oh, for my for my mouse clicking noises and my keyboard. So again, it's gonna be another struggle day, but we will get through it. So hello, you guys. How are y'all doing? Hi, Sushi Fitness. Hello. Hey, Holly. Hey, Delilah. Hey, Sweet Tea. Oh, Sweet Tea, I forgot to did I, Sweet Tea, did I not moderate you? Welcome to the new moderators. If you didn't see my post, I made some new moderators in celebration of the new year, and hopefully they will be here today so that they can see that they've been subjected to free manual labor. All new moderators, please refer to Jen, your union rep, because I don't show up to work enough for all that. No, I did not, Sweet Tea. Hold on. Okay. All right. Shout out to you guys. So, oh, and shout out to Sweet Tea for her try on video. Now, Sweet Tea, I was late. I didn't see it until a week later. So I'm sorry about that. Excuse me. What do you mean relax? I mean, if you want to have a union meeting and get you like a supervisor or something, sure. But don't just be trying to sleep on the job, Jen. I'm sleep on the job. You can't sleep on the job. I never time people out. That's not my work. No, 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 no. I don't have time for that. That sound like work. That's up to y'all. Y'all the one that be getting irritated with people in the first place. That's the funny part. Y'all the ones that be getting irritated with people in the first place. So, because if it was up to me, I'd just let everybody talk shit. As long as you're subscribed. That's them's the rules. You got to be subscribed to talk shit. Okay. All right. So I have my notes today, and I'm gonna try to be distracted as little as possible. Okay. I'm almost in a position. I still have some traveling around to do. I got a birthday to go celebrate next weekend. And then I got a friend to go visit. And then I have a couple more house sits. But okay, I take that back. Scratch all of that because now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna be super busy. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I was going somewhere. Oh, thank you for this, for the link. I was going somewhere with that, and then I realized that somewhere was nowhere. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. You know I love the sunscreen, Nicole. I did thank you for it. I don't know if you saw when I did get the bigger sunscreen, and I thanked you for it. I just didn't get a chance to show it on the stream at the time because it was still in the car. But thank you so much. You know I love the sunscreen. I have to find the shadiest in the crew. You are the shadiest in the crew. No. Okay. Jen, you. You are. Okay. All right. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay. So this week, guys, as y'all know, I lost 5 pounds during my 2 weeks of being sick, and I ended off with my final weigh-in at 169 pounds. All right. So today we are gonna go over the food logs. Oh, I didn't screenshot them. I'm not prepared. Okay. Today, we're gonna go over the food logs starting from my last weigh-in, which was last Sunday, and I think that was the 28th. Yes. Okay. So it was the last weigh-in of 2025. And we're gonna go over my 500 calorie deficit that I worked out for the past week. Okay. Some days were higher, some days were lower. And we're gonna see if I made it through all of my calories for the week. So we're gonna do that. I also have a teaser weigh-in for you guys. So technically, my official weigh-in, the one that's gonna count, is tomorrow. But because I'm a little vain, I went ahead and weighed in early. The problem with that is the scale could change by Sunday. Today's what? Saturday? I weighed in on, I think yesterday or Thursday. Let me see. I have a teaser weigh-in for y'all. We're not supposed to be, y'all not supposed to know what the weigh-in looks like in the middle of the week. But Jen is a bad influence. So Jen had me stepping on the scale multiple times throughout the week. Okay. So wait, where is it? Oh, this is not mine. Okay, hold on. You know, with these scales, you can have multiple accounts, and Tommy's account is on here too. Okay. So actually, I have two weigh-ins for y'all. I have two because I stepped on the scale after my last weigh-in because Jane Jen is a little vain and wanted to know what was happening after I was drinking. But I also have a weigh-in from yesterday that doesn't really count. Okay, only set every 7 days counts. But we're gonna see what's been happening thus far during the week. All right. Now, what y'all talking about? What are y'all talking? We work here. Please report to Jen for your time cards. You won't be getting paid, but it's okay. You know, it's okay to track your labor in case y'all decide to sue me one day. Okay. Free labor, you know, volunteer labor, whatever you want to call it. Go ahead and track your hours in case y'all try to sue me someday. All right. Okay. So like the stream if you haven't already. I don't have a starting poll for y'all because I'm going to fly through my logs. Unfortunately, I didn't screenshot them, so I'm just going to rattle them off real quick from last Sunday until today. I'll give y'all the teaser weigh-in, and then we'll get the official weigh-in. Well, members, shout out to the members. Members will get the official weigh-in tomorrow, and everybody else will get it later into the week. So if you haven't already and you're interested, please consider becoming a member so you can get the updates before everybody else, before the rest of the channel. All right. Now, after that, hold on. After we run through my food log real quick, we're going to get into the American diet from the early 1900s. Okay. How many of you knew your grandparents, knew or know your grandparents? Okay. We're going to be getting into America's diet in from 1900 to 1920. And if we have time, we'll go decade by decade from there. All right. So we'll start at 1900. We're going to skip a generation to 1920. And then from there, we'll, over the next couple of weeks, depending on how much we get through, it may not take a couple of weeks at all. We may get very far in this live stream. We're going to go decade by decade to see how the American diet changed until we got to at least the 90s, where the obesity epidemic was in full swing by then. Okay. So we went from not having an obesity problem to having a full-blown obesity problem. Okay. So we're going to go through that. Right now, I'm only talking about the 1900s to the 20s. But if we have time today, we will go into the very next decade, which will be the 30s. So in the 20s, we have a couple of different things going on, depending on what part of the country that you're in. But overall, y'all know we have the Great Depression during that time as well. So it'll be interesting to see how Americans had to alter their diets at that time because of the Depression. So what I want to know is who grandma was out here counting calories to keep them figures. Delilah, was your grandma out here counting calories? Was your grandma here in America? I don't know. You let me know. Jen, was your grandma? Was grandma counting calories? Because I almost asked, was grandpa counting calories? But y'all know grandpa was not counting no calories. You knew and know them. Was they counting calories, Michelle? Did y'all know that the first book on calorie counting was written in 1918 by a woman? It's always a woman messing it up for everybody else. It's always a woman messing it up for everybody else. What woman got us out here trying to calorie count our way into slimness? Is that the reason that America took so long to get fat? Because they was counting calories in the early 20th century? My grandma said no, she wasn't counting no calories. How was they then? We're gonna investigate. We're gonna figure this out. Nicole, sweetie, was y'all grandparents out here? Somebody grandparents, y'all seen that thumbnail. So that was an advertise. They was talking to someone. Okay, somebody's Sushi Fitness. Somebody's grandma was out here counting calories. I know they were. I don't care what y'all say. All right. Now, y'all, I had a very sad moment. Okay, in the midst of my research, I discovered the man that coined the term BMI, body mass index. Oh, now y'all know I'm very neutral on BMI, right? I do subscribe to an extent, but I do understand the limitations of BMI. I understand that BMI is flawed. But I also understand that BMI is the method that we have right now to identify obesity. And the medical field is just going to have to figure out a better method. But until we have something better, this is what we have, right? But even though it is a very, 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 very flawed system, it should be more of a top level view guideline versus something that we, are willing to hang our hats on, right? But y'all, I mean, I don't want to bias y'all's opinion, but I'm pretty confident that y'all can make up your own minds about this. I don't like this scientist, and I didn't like him before I knew he was the reason for us having the BMI. Okay. So we're going to get into him a little bit. His name is Ansel Keys, and I've read about Ansel Keys in a number of books on the obesity epidemic, type 2 diabetes, heart disease. Books that have been written on this often reference back to Ansel Keys because he gave us He's the origin of us believing that heart disease is essentially caused by eating too much fat in our diets. And the low fat craze of the 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, his work would have been responsible for that. We know now that a lot of that was, dare I say, quackery. Um his research was not the most scientific. Okay, it was not the most scientific, and I think that he sent America on a very down a mistaken path based on his quote unquote research, right? So if I already feel this way about this person, right, he sent us in a very wrong direction based on his research. You must imagine how I feel when I feel like the same person that I feel like is not the best example of a respectable scientist is the same man that coined the term BMI. That makes perfect, of course. As flawed as BMI is, it would make sense that this quack is the reason we have it. He the reason that y'all parents were scared to eat eggs, or y'all. So how many of y'all was on that don't eat the yolks craze in the early 2000s? How many of y'all was eating egg whites? Because my mother was, and my mother she was born in the 50s. So in the early 2000s, she was about 50. How many of y'all didn't want to eat no egg yolks? Y'all know where that came from? How many of y'all was scared of cholesterol in the egg yolks? Didn't want to eat no bacon. Your grandma was eating bacon, and I'm gonna prove it tonight. Okay? Your grandma was eating bacon, and I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. Okay? I'm gonna prove it. So, shout out to the real MVP. Happy 2026. I got the spirit. I'm in a really good New Year's spirit. Okay. I'm in a really, 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 really good New Year's spirit. My grandma was making ham hocks, cornbread, and greens, no calorie counts. Now, sweetie, what generation or decade would you say that was? My grandma was born in 1918. So grandma probably wasn't counting calories because she was probably too young. But was your great grandma counting calories? Your great grandma was here when that book on counting calories came out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, my mom is 80. She counted calories. Did it work? Did she stay thin? Is she thin? Did it work? Live to see the second one, never counted calories. Okay. If my grandparents were counting calories, were counting anything, it wasn't calories. Okay. Remember to like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Michelle is putting her free labor to work. Okay. Both my grandmas were thin and in good shape and ate butter. We're going to be talking about butter, bacon, eggs, potatoes, beef. We're going to be talking about all of that when we get to the early 1900s. My grandma didn't know how to read and didn't know numbers, so she probably didn't count calories. Okay. All right. So Sushi Fitness was on the don't eat the yolks phase, wave. Sushi Fitness, are you still on that wave? Are you not wave? I don't think it's a wave anymore. But do you still feel that way? Like, oh, eggs are gonna kill us, bacon's gonna kill us, butter's gonna kill us. Like, do you still feel that way? My grandmother didn't play when it came to her weight, even to the end. I also consider her double petite, height and weight, but I'd get spoiled with extra macaroni and cheese. Grandma was up to no good with that macaroni and cheese. Okay, she was up to no good. My grandma was born in 1923 and started coming to America when she was 13. Okay, so her diet would have been more so. You said 1920, so she was 13. So probably when we get to the 30s, no. When we get to the 20s, she'll be up in now. She'll be up in now. My grandma was counting pennies and it worked. She was rich by doing it. Okay. All right. So no more egg yolks. So what changed for you? I mean, not no more egg yolks, no more being afraid of egg yolks. So what changed for you, Sushi Fitness? Hello, Sunshine. Hello to our new moderator, Sunshine. You have been volunteered for free labor. Please see Jen, your union rep. Okay. She will get you initiated. Thank you for joining us, Sunshine. She cooked all the Southern food. She was originally from Georgia, although we were in New York, but I always noticed. Okay, so y'all are really engaging on this subject, right? So let me fly through my food log. Let me fly through my food log. Let me give y'all the teaser way in, and we're gonna talk about what our grandparents might have been eating. Now, I started at 1900, and then I was like, well, what about the 1880s and the 50s? And I'm like, no. that ain't gonna work because this country had a little thing called slavery going on. If you go too far back, so the diets would have been different anyway. So that's not gonna work. So I start 1900 is fair. That's about we are about 25 years into Reconstruction at that point. So let's see, everybody's an American at that point. So let's just see what the Americans got going on. Let's just see what we got going on and see how our grannies stayed thin. Okay. OMG, yes, grabbing my clavicles. I'm here reporting for duty, Miss V. Don't report to me, Sunshine, because I am a slacker. I barely work here. I just get up here and talk. Y'all work, okay? Free labor, all right? Speak to Jen. Report to duty with Jen, all right? Michelle was already getting caught up. Sweet Tea was already getting caught up. Everybody's already getting caught up, okay? All right. And Nade, I didn't realize you were the one that made that comment. Shout out to you, Nade. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me fly through my log real quick. I did not take screenshots to share with y'all, so I'm just gonna be ghetto and do like this, okay? All right, so let's get into it. Let's see. So the plan was last week for me to reduce my calories from my maintenance of 1750 to about 1300 or 1250 or something like that. And my higher calorie days were my 3 gym days during the week, and my lower calorie days were the other 4, right? So let's see how well I made out. I think I was supposed to be at 9,000 calories for the week, 9,100 if you're nasty, if Kim comes in here, okay? But roughly 9,000. So keep that in mind. So last week, Sunday on the 28th, my goal was 1150. I made it to 1105. Now, of course, calorie tracking is not an exact science. So work with me here, right? We're working with approximates. But based on what I logged, I made it to 1145. Sorry, that's backwards. That's not going to work. It's not going to work as well as I thought it was going to work. Okay. So I'm going to just read it to y'all. All right. I have my usual iced coffee. It wasn't the new year yet. Y'all know for the new year, if I want fast food, I got to get my fat ass out the car and go inside and get it. Well, it wasn't the new year yet. So I went through the drive-through and had me no, I'm lying. I did go inside and eat. I was a good girl. Okay. I was practicing. I did go inside and eat. I went to a Bojangles, complete and utter garbage, but I hadn't eaten the whole day. It was one of those days where I didn't plan for dinner. So I went out and grabbed some fast food real quick. And then I finished off that lemon loaf cake that I was telling y'all about last week. So that worked out to about 1,100 calories, which was great for me. It is so easy for me to eat anywhere from like 900 to 1,200. But once I start trying to get past that, it gets a little difficult. All right. Now, you're not going to be judging me about where my calories are coming from. And that is why we're going to go back, right? Because I know I'm going to be judged about where my calories are coming from. So we're going to go back in time and see how far we've strayed away from the way our grandparents were eating, all right? Because I think I might be closer than some of y'all. I eat bacon and I eat eggs with the yolk and I eat butter. So I think I might be closer than some of y'all, but that wasn't a good day. Okay, so we just going, okay, but I got very, I basically met my calories for that day. 50 under, you never know with the oil and the fried food. Look, we made our calories for that day. Okay. So the very next day, again, my goal was 1250. I made it to 1253. This is why it's important to track. Okay. This is why it's important to track because in the moment, certain things don't seem so bad. But then when you reflect back, you be like, clavicle clutch. What was I thinking? Why did I do that? Okay. Why? Why did I do that? And Jen, Sunshine, Sushi, if y'all see any more of the new moderators come in, then just welcome them to the free labor force. Okay. So I don't know what was happening. Okay. So I went back to Bojangles. I don't know why I did that. But I had a cheddar bowl biscuit, which is just a biscuit with cheese and some fries. I don't know why I did that. I don't know. Again, another piece of that lemon loaf cake. I thought I finished it that first day, but I guess not. And then I had a protein shake and a couple slices of bacon. That little bit of food, probably because the Bojangles was so calorie dense, worked out to 1150. Okay, 1153. So I made my calories for that. So far, so good. Now, on the 30th, which is the day before New Year's Eve, my budget increases, right? Because this is supposed to be a gym day for me. So 1,500 calories. Oh, and I should back up. Hold on. I took my shot on Monday, December 29th. Okay. I took my shot on Monday. All right. So Now on Tuesday, my budget was 1,500 and I only made it to 888. So what happened this day? I'm not sure. I had a yogurt, I had a Celsius, I had a coffee, I had eggs, bacon on a tortilla and a gluten-free tortilla. And I have a note in here that says my last injection was the day before at 10 p.m. And then by the next day, by 12:30 at 6 p.m., there's no hunger all day, no cravings, no food noise. So this is probably why my calories dropped, because I took my shot. Okay. Does the biscuit come with fries? Yes. No, it's a breakfast biscuit. So I got them separate. I think what happened was I wanted the fries, the small fry. That's why I went there. And when I went inside, I looked at the menu and saw the biscuit. So I wanted it. But 2 starches is crazy work. So I didn't need that. So this particular day, I think the reason that my calories dropped, if I'm going too fast, y'all tell me to slow down. Hello to Kim. Welcome to the Free Labor Force, Kim. Welcome, new moderator for 2026. I think that, again, so I take my shot on Monday. By Tuesday, I can't eat. I mean, I barely make it to half of my calories that I need for the day. Okay. So that shot kicked in within the first 12 to, I mean, not even 24 hours. My shot kicked in within the first 12 hours. So you see my calories drop. So I'm 600 calories under for Tuesday. Keep that in mind, right? Because I have a question for y'all later. Am I on the right day? Yes, I'm on Tuesday. Okay. The very next day, I'm like, okay, I was under. So let me try to get my life together. Let me try to get my life together. So my budget was 1150. We're back to one of the low days, a non-gym day. So I made it to 1185. Wonderful. Clearly, I can easily make it to over 1100 calories. Now this was the day that I went live with the Dunkin' Latte, the medium Dunkin' Latte, and the breakfast sandwich. Because I was live, I didn't get a chance to finish it. The breakfast croissant sandwich, I only ate about half of it. And I had my Dunkin' Latte. And that night, because I didn't finish my sandwich, I still wanted bacon and eggs. So I made some bacon and eggs on a wrap. And I had one piece of Ghirardelli chocolate, and that all worked out to 1100 calories. Okay. So we're back on track. So far for the week, I'm only under 600 calories from that one day. Now it's January 1st. Okay. I feel like here's where the magic starts. Not really magic, but like there's certain restrictions in place as far as what I can and can't do, what I can and can't eat. Okay. So on the 1st, which was 2 days ago, it's a low calorie day. So we're at 1150. I made it to 981. So I was 170 calories under. Okay. What do I do? Check in with Jen. She is your union rep. Kim, she is your manager. She is your union rep. She is HR. Y'all don't have to sidebar. Y'all about to piss me off. Sidebar. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to come up with roles. Okay. I'm about to make Sydney HR, Jen the union rep, Nicole the supervisor. Like, do we have to like assign roles? Look at y'all. I'll pick up a shift. I got you. Like Sunshine is on it. Sunshine has her lunch bag and is ready to go. Sunshine is ready to get to work, blocking people. Okay. What gender manager didn't know what hurt her? What do y'all? I don't even know what y'all talking about. Welcome Kim to the free labor from Ms. V. Welcome to the mod squad. What I do? Sydney would be great for HR. I know. I know. Jen union rep, Sydney HR. You know, Nicole's very, very nice, and we don't like nasty supervisors. So we got Nicole as a supervisor. Okay, we got Reindeer as a project manager. Right? I got these roles. Like I'm close, ain't I, Jen? I'm close, ain't I? Okay, all the new hires, listen up. Like, wouldn't Reindeer make a good project manager? I did that, didn't I? I did that, didn't y'all? Don't gotta, okay, y'all don't have to front like I ain't just do that. Y'all don't have to front, Nicole. Okay, don't laugh too hard, Nicole. Don't laugh too hard. You are in recovery, girl. Okay, we don't do PTO over here. This is free labor. Okay. Sweet Tea, bring the donuts. No, excuse me. Sweet Tea is getting skinny. Did you not see that video? Sweet Tea not bringing no donuts. Sweet Tea might bring some coffee, but she not bringing no donuts. That's crazy work. That's the crazy work. Okay, so y'all go ahead. Not climate committee. We got committees in here. Climate committee. Stop. Okay. No, don't stop. Y'all keep going. Okay. I know y'all listening. Y'all can multitask. Okay. All right. So Thursday the 1st, this is the day after I went live. Okay. So I made it to, I should have had 1,100 calories, only had 900, roughly 1,000. Again, the usual, right? Bacon, eggs, tortilla. As a snack, I had some plantain chips, which are higher in carb, and I had some yogurt. Very easy to make it to about 1,000 calories, but technically I was under. All right. So far, I'm now 800 calories under for the week. We're going to see if in the end this even matters. Like, the whole point of me doing this is to see if this even matters at all. Okay. So far, we have 2 days where I've under eaten. Now, the very next day, which was Friday, yesterday, the 2nd, a gym day, I increased it was a higher calorie day. So 1,500, I ended at 1,513. So I had a protein shake. I had some bacon. I had half a donut. Okay. I went to Dunkin' Donuts. The donut wasn't that good. I had half of it. I had me another Dunkin' latte. And I had a quesadilla that was made for me. So it was a carb balance, like a lower carb tortilla with some chicken breasts. Okay. And I had some cranberry juice and some plantain chips. So I had a nice variety for me, right? No salads. We're going to talk about that when we get to our grandparents' diet. Did your grandma eat salad in 1923? I bet she didn't. I bet she didn't. Okay. I know your granddaddy didn't eat no cucumber in 1924. I know he didn't. You don't even have to tell. Go ask him. Go ask them. Okay. So yesterday I made it to my 1,500 calories. So still for the week, we are only under 800 calories. Okay. So now we are ready for our poll. Before I break down what I had today, today's the last day of the week. Okay. So before I give you a teaser weigh in and before I give you the last log, I have a question for you guys. So I'm 6 days into the week. Hold on. So it's day 6, which is yesterday. And I'm 800 calories under for the week. Should I make up the calories? Okay. I don't need a third option. Ignore. Let's say not accept. Let's say ignore. Okay. All right. There's only 2 options. So it's day 6. And 4 out of 6 days, I met my calories. And 2 days I ate under. So those 2 days combined lead up to 800 calories missing so far. Do y'all think I should make up those calories on the last day or leave those calories where they are, or, ignore those calories that I missed? The reason that I'm asking is because last week we agreed that I would get all 9,000 in. So clearly I'm under. Do I make up those extra calories or just let them live? Okay. Donuts and coffee. Middle of the day or early evening Dunkin' Donuts is not good. So I tried to put half my donut in the microwave to like make it softer and I burned it. That's why I didn't get to eat the other half. Okay. She's not eating them. She's bringing them. Oh, so we're eating them. Okay, there's 19 watching, 11 likes. Come in, like the live. Please hit the like and vote in the poll. What are you guys doing? You know the drill. Please like the stream and vote in the poll. Okay. V, leave those calories where they are. Okay. All right. Poll is up. 16 people in the chat. Please submit your vote. Your weeks will vary. Okay. I agree. Some over, some under. I agree. But for fun, I'm just curious what you guys think I should do. Or what do you think I did? I guess is the question. Or what? No, those are 2 different questions. And the poll is already up. So I have to pick one. Okay. So vote based on what you think should happen, ideally, in this situation. It's 1 more day left. I have to get in my calories for that day. Should I include the missing calories or leave them where they are? What should I do? Y'all said ignore those missing calories. If you haven't already, please go to the chat and vote in the poll. Please, please, please. My grandparents were field workers. They ate tons of fruits and vegetables because it was free. Okay. I say toss it up on the calories. If you eat them, you eat them. Leave them. Okay. So I can eat them, but don't force it, I think is what Jen is saying. And Sunshine says leave them. Don't worry about it. Okay. I say if you're feeling hungry, eat them. If you're not, leave them. I forgot to give you guys my notes on my hunger. I will go back and give you those. Okay, so most people are saying leave the calories. Okay, so let me give you my notes from, forgot to give you my notes throughout the week. Hold on. I started giving them and then I forgot to finish. And I forgot to give you my water intake. So I started tracking my water on Thursday. No. I started tracking my water on Monday. Okay, so Monday I had 56 ounces of water. I don't have any notes for that day. And on Tuesday, I had so Monday was shot day. By Tuesday, it was very, very hard for me to get my water in. So I only had 24 ounces of water. So I think it's interesting. The day after shot day, my thirst is just through the floor. Like it is really hard for me to hydrate. Now for some reason on New Year's Eve I did not track any water, and I'm hoping that is not because I didn't drink any water that day. I'm hoping I drank water that day. Okay. It's Thursday. Shot day was Monday. It's Thursday and I'm still not feeling hungry, but I did make a note that I wasn't feeling well emotionally. Again, this is another day where I don't have a lot of water. It's only about 24 ounces. But so Monday is shot day, Tuesday, no hunger, Wednesday, no hunger, Thursday, no hunger. And when I say zero, I mean zero. I don't mean sort of, kind of. I mean zero. Like there's no hunger. But then we get to Friday, and this is the first day of hunger. Okay. This is also my first gym day of the week. This is my first gym day of the week, and I'm hungry after my exercise. In fact, I'm like hangry. I like, as the time passes and it's taking me longer and longer to eat because I didn't get a chance to eat right away, I started to really get hangry. So if shot day is day 0, it took Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It took 4 days for me to feel hunger. Okay. And do I have any notes? I was hungry post exercise. By the 4th day, which is Friday, I'm at about 48 ounces of water. Still less than what I would like to be drinking, but that's where I ended up. Now, okay, so now we're on today. Okay, so I have to give you guys my teaser weigh-in. I have to give you, I did not track my water for today. Let me add that in there because I can guesstimate. So I'm under for my waters for today. Okay, I can guesstimate based on the size of my tumbler. All right, I have to give you my teaser weigh-in. I have to give you the last food log. And I did make my notes for today. Okay. All right. Are you guys ready? Let's see what the final results of the poll are. So most of y'all said lead them calories. Okay. So I'm going to tell y'all what I ended up doing. All right. Okay. Goal is to be metabolically flexible, high caloric intake versus low caloric intake. Okay. So let me tell y'all what I ended up doing. So it's Saturday. It's the last day of the week before my official weigh-in tomorrow. Again, members will get the weigh-in first, and then the rest of the channel will get the weigh-in later in the week. So please consider becoming a member. So today was a 1,500 calorie day. That was my budget. I did go to the gym. I did weight train. I did not have breakfast. Okay. So I went to the gym on an empty stomach. I'll say I wasn't even comfortably, not comfortably, but like I wasn't even intentionally hydrated at this point. Like I think I finished a Celsius that I had sitting on my nightstand from the night before that I had like literally opened and then didn't drink it. So I drank that and then I went to the gym. So by the time I got out of the gym, I was hungry. Okay. I was hungry, but I was in between house sits. Well, okay. I was in between houses. I left my house sit, but I couldn't get to my next place for several hours. So I had to wait. The plan was for me to cook, but I wasn't in an apartment or in a house yet, so I ain't have no stove. So hours after the gym were passing by, and I was getting hungrier and hungrier. So this is now day 5. after my shot, right? Shot day is day 0. This is now day 5 after my shot. I am very, very hungry after the gym. I wasn't hungry before, but I am hungry after. So y'all, I folded and I went and got fast food. I did. I went and got fast food. Now because it's the new year, the rule for the fast food is avoid it as much as possible. But if I do want it, one, I cannot go through the drive-through. I cannot eat it in my car, and I have to go inside of the restaurant to get it. Okay. So ideally, I either go inside and sit at a table, or I take it home and eat it at a table or counter, right? No eating at my desk, no food delivery, no drive-through, no eating while I sit in my car, no none of that, right? So the idea is to still make sure I'm being intentional. So I went to Chick-fil-A. Don't know why I picked Chick-fil-A. I actually have not been enjoying Chick-fil-A for the past several months, but I guess when you're hungry, you get desperate. I guess when you're hungry, you get desperate. And I wasn't McDonald's desperate, but I was like chicken nugget desperate. So I went to Chick-fil-A, and I'm going to tell you what I had because I think it's interesting. I mean, not all that interesting, but I want you to see the calorie breakdown. Since this is the only thing I ate for the whole day. So no breakfast, went to the gym, became very hangry over several hours. So I went to Chick-fil-A and I had a 12-piece nugget. Okay, they were fried. And I did get it. I got the meal. I got the fries with it, but I didn't eat it. I ate about 3 waffle fries, quite literally, and tossed the rest. I wish I had just gotten an entree, but I thought I wanted the fries. I mentioned before that I can't eat Chick-fil-A's fries, but I thought since I was really, really hungry, I'd be able to get through it, and I couldn't. So I just tracked that as about a third of the waffle fries, but it honestly wasn't a third. It was probably less than a quarter, but I tracked it as a third just in case. And again, because I'm hangry, I feel like my blood sugar is low. You start wanting everything under the sun. So I did have a brownie from Chick-fil-A, and I didn't even track this right because at first I only ate a third of it. So I ate the whole thing. I finished it. So I just changed that. All right. So I had the nuggets. I did finish the nuggets. I ate about 2 or 3 fries. I did eat the brownie, which was just a bunch of sugar, and I had a Coke Zero. Okay. And that's all I ate today. That's literally all I ate today. So, and I did get a Dunkin' latte, but I switched to a small today. Okay. So I switched from the medium to a small, and I added my own cold foam on top. So I did track that. So for the day, I should have made it to 1,500, but I only made it to 1,200. So that means that in total for the whole week, I missed out on about 1,000 calories. Okay. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm going to go back into the comments. I hate that feeling. Hangry sucks big time. It was okay. Story time. I told Tommy told me not to tell the story, but I'm gonna tell it. Okay, story time. So Tommy moved into a new apartment and it's like on his floor, but he just switched to a bigger apartment, right? So the stove in his apartment is different. Why would they have different technology stoves in the same building? I don't know. But this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this, right? So yesterday, the plan was for me to work out and then Tommy was gonna make lunch, right? But lunch turned into dinner, so I didn't even have lunch. And let me tell you, the stove tried to kill me. So what happened was this stove is some sort of smart appliance that needs Wi-Fi to work or something. Like either the stove just don't work because there was a lot of things like wrong when this is a new building, so some of the apartments are a little off, and there were certain things that were wrong when he got in here, like literally like a couple of days ago. So I'm like, okay, so maybe there's just something wrong with the stove. But like I'm talking YouTube videos, manuals. Like we were in here for like 2 to 3 hours trying to figure out how to get a stove to work. The stove is electric for one. It's one of those induction stoves. And from what I saw or read, you have to have a particular type of cookware on top of it or the sensor won't turn on. And then like the error on the stove says activate your appliance. And it's like, first it said connect to the Wi-Fi, and then it said activate your appliance. And I'm just like, what in the robot stove is going on. Like, why can't I just press a button or turn it off if it's gas, turn it off and the gas come on, or if it's electric, press a button and the freaking stovetop turns on. Why? Why do I need to connect my stove to Wi-Fi? Why does the appliance need to be activated? And then we get it connected to the Wi-Fi and it says it needs a software update. Y'all, I'm officially old. I am old, okay? I don't want my appliances needing a software update. At the most, I will accept a smart fridge. But my washer and dryer, my dishwasher, and my stove, old fashioned, please. I don't want it connected to Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. I don't want it to talk to me. I don't want it to play music. I don't want none of that. I just want it to get hot. If it's a stove, turn on, turn off. I just want it to get hot. The oven, the washing machine, these new AI washer and dryers. If the load is unevenly distributed, it will stop in the middle of the cycle. And then you got to open it and redistribute the wet, soggy load just to get it to do its thing again. The dryer stops when it thinks the clothes are dry, but they're not really dry. I don't want my appliances to think about anything. Okay. So, hangry, back to the point, to Delilah's point of being hangry. I got extremely hangry because we were trying to figure out the Wi-Fi stove. So I got very, very hungry. Okay. But luckily I didn't go out and get fast food that time. And eventually we never even figured it out. We just made the quesadillas he just made the quesadillas in the air fryer, and it was wonderful. It was delicious. It was delicious. Okay. But in the meantime, while I was hangry, I'm over here eating a mini Rice Krispie treat, and what else? I think I had like a mini Kit Kat or something like that because I was hangry. But whatever. Okay. I'm sorry. I just needed to share that. Okay. I don't get hangry. I get migraines if I don't eat or drink. Yeah, I was like, it was like low blood sugar. Oh, thank you. I'm still like I wore this to the gym. And by the time I actually got in here, it was time to start my stream. So I haven't had a chance to change or take a shower yet. So I'm kind of dirty right now. But don't judge me. As long as I look cute. Okay. Might be a little sweaty. Okay. And this hat wasn't originally a part of the outfit. I found it after the gym. I was in DSW and they had this at the checkout, and I was like, yes, I want that one. Okay. Yes, please hit the like. My free labor force is telling y'all to participate. Okay. I always wish I had a head for a hat, but I just do not. Why are you always talking about your head, Delilah? What about all the healthy food people talk about at Chick-fil-A? I have never had it. I have had the grilled nuggets. Is that considered healthy? I just didn't want that. I wanted the fried ones. And I've had their kale salad, but I'm not a salad eater. So yeah, I can get the salad, but I don't enjoy it, and it just ends up going to waste. So, but there definitely are healthy options at Chick-fil-A. I just didn't want any of it. And my stance is I don't have to eat it. And we're going to talk. The reason why I feel that way, we're going to cover that when we go over our grandparents' diet. When your blood sugar drops, that is what causes hunger. Yes. I really don't understand why some people love Chick-fil-A. I used to love it. I don't love it anymore. I haven't eaten it for months. But like I said, for some reason, today was the day. Today was the day. Like, yeah, I was desperate, but there was other things I could have eaten, and I wanted that in particular. Okay. All right. So, okay. I put grilled nuggets on the salad. Okay. Wi-Fi stove just do not go together. Just saying. I'm triggered, Nicole. And I don't want you to be triggered. So I'm going to settle down and drink my coffee. I don't like this stove. And we still haven't got it fixed. It's the weekend now. So like, he's probably not going to get it fixed till Monday. Well, when I say fixed, I mean like, I don't know what's wrong with it. Like, we did all the proper steps, and just because there were other things wrong here at first, I'm just going to assume that's just something else that's wrong. Like, never mind. We're not gonna go down a rabbit hole. The Wi-Fi stove tried to kill me. It tried to starve me to death. Luckily, there was an air fryer on hand. Okay. All right. Okay. So now that we've covered what I had today, what do you guys feel? Do you think it's a big deal that I missed out on 1,000 calories for the week? Do you guys think that it's a big deal? Okay. It was 600 one day, 300 another. No, it was 600 one day. I think 150 another, and then 250. So roughly 1,000 calories. What do y'all think? 1,000, 1,200 calories. Do y'all think it matters or no? It's like irrelevant. Like, okay, whatever, screw those calories. I'm gonna end this poll because most of y'all said leave them calories alone. Now, leave them alone is one thing, right? Don't worry about them. But do you think it matters that I didn't eat them? Okay. So I have a teaser weigh-in for y'all because this marks the end of the week. So tomorrow will be my first official weigh-in for 2026. But I have an unofficial weigh-in that I'm gonna share with y'all. Okay. So now we have another poll. We have another poll. We have another poll. And y'all can blame Jen for this teaser weigh-in, okay? Because she wants me to step on a scale in the middle of the week, even though that's technically cheating, but whatever. All right, so after eating roughly 1,300 calories a day, sorry, I keep forgetting this stupid mic. I'm slamming and shit. Okay, did I gain weight? Right? Because y'all have to keep in mind the 2 weeks before was roughly 900 a day, right? So I'm up in the calories, but I'm still below maintenance. So the 1,300 number comes from me cutting 500 from maintenance per Google and all of the other sources that say in order to lose 1 pound per week, cut your calories by 500 a day. Okay, so that's how we got there, right? So did I gain weight? Did I lose weight? Did I maintain? Okay. All right. So, no, it's not a big deal. This week up the calorie intake. Okay, moving forward. Okay. All right. I think if you're getting at least 1,000 to 1,200, it's okay. Cheat. Okay. Yes, I have a cheat weigh in. We're not supposed to know what I weigh until tomorrow, but I have a cheat weigh in from yesterday. Okay. So 2 weeks of under eating, we saw that I lost for 2 weeks consecutively. Okay, maybe the calorie counters are on to something. All right. Some people thought I was going to maintain that second week, but I lost for a second week in a row. Now, this is the third week. I've gone from eating roughly 900 calories a day up to 1,300 calories. What do y'all think happened? Did I gain weight? Did I maintain? Did I lose weight? Which is funny because no matter what happened, the only weigh-in that counts is the one for tomorrow. Maintained higher salt content. I would say I did have a higher salt content. So I definitely ate out at least 3 times this past week. So the fried food from the fast food would be a higher salt content. And then I did have salt from the bacon. Okay, I had bacon about 4 days this week, something like that. I didn't have a whole lot of sugar other than like 1 coffee a day. I didn't have a ton of sugar, and it was one day I had a piece of chocolate. Okay, so Sunshine think I maintained. Oh, for reference, the last weigh-in was 169. Hold on. The last weigh-in on the 28th was 169.8. Okay, so do you think I maintained 169 or lost or gained? So between Sunday and Friday, that's what we're talking about with 5 days. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 6 days, Friday. Those 6 days, okay? What do you think? What do you guys think happened? Please like the stream and vote in the poll. I think there's still a few moderators that have not made it. But they will be here at some point over the next few weeks. So they'll see that they have wrenches. And then as we continue to grow, I think I will wait until the summertime to assign some more moderators. Why not? The more free labor you have, the better, right? Okay, so what are you guys saying? Oh, most of y'all think I lost weight. Nobody thinks I gained weight, but most of y'all think I lost weight. Interesting. Skin tea. a skin T 169.8 or 169.0. Oh, that's specific. Usually if you increase calories, you temporarily gain. Okay. I think you lost a little. Period. Skinny. Oh my gosh. Sweet tea is committed to being skinny in 2026. Journey is in the clouds. Hello, Journey of Life. Thank you so much for dropping down. Okay. Okay. So, are y'all ready? We got 18 people watching and only 11 votes. What are the other 7 of y'all doing? Please like the stream and please vote in the poll, okay? Please like the stream and please vote in the poll. Journey been here. Journey was one of the original free laborers. Clavicle life. All right. Yes, 100%. 100%. Sweetie, you seem so happy in your video. It was good to see. Who was that? Or well, you may not want to share, but I was gonna ask who was that or maybe you said it in the video and I just missed it. Who was helping you with the recording? Okay, are y'all ready? For Jen's, the things I do for my union rep. Okay, this is the least I can do since Jen works for free and has been working for free for the past 6 months. Okay, this is the least I can do. The least I can do is give Jane why do I keep saying Jane? Jennifer, her vain cheater middle of the week cheat weigh-in. Okay, all right. So here we go. There's 2 of them technically. I don't remember if I gave the first one last week, so I'm gonna give it now. All right, so I gave y'all the 169.8, right? And that was after I had been drinking and everything that week. We did the whole food diary, okay? So I ended up at 169.8, which was I had lost another 2 pounds that week, right? So Jen asked, because she's a cheater, she asked that I step on a scale again, considering I had been drinking. And I told her at the time, no, but I should. Okay, I'm with you with the cheating. Okay, so I waited another day. I gave y'all the 169.8. So the very next day, a weigh-in that technically doesn't count, but I have it here. I was down. Okay, I was down over half a pound at 169.1. All right. So I think I drank alcohol on the 26th. And then I weighed in for the end of the week on the 28th, and I was 169.8. And then I weighed in, so that was Sunday. I weighed in on Monday and I was down again to 169.1. So the 28th was the very start of that 1,300 calorie budget. Okay. So I did lose a little bit, but that could be a fluke. That could be anything, right? Well, as I continued to eat throughout the week, which is the food logs that I just gave y'all, I weighed in again yesterday. Okay. So I weighed in again yesterday. The weigh-in before was 169.1. Where's the poll? Most of y'all think I lost. Some think I gained. Some think I maintained. Okay. All right. Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So I went from 169.1 down to 167.9. Even if the scale went up, you didn't really gain. But what if it went down? Did I really lose? Yes, Sushi, at least no weight gain. Numbers keep going down. Before and after a poop. We knew. Sweet tea, you knew. Everybody else was a bit split between maintained and loss. Well, no, okay, no. Most people said loss. I take that back. So I went down. Now, sushi. Now, sushi being a little biased. Sushi says if the scale go up, you ain't gained, but if it went down, you did lose. Look, she said yes. So I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This is why I don't like cheating. Okay. Because here's the thing, right? I don't know. My official weigh-in is tomorrow. I only count every 7 days for a reason, because I'm looking for consistency. So the downside to this, the downside to me getting insight in the middle of the week is that by the time I get to Sunday, this number could be back at 169, which means I maintained. Okay. I blame the drinking. That's why I weighed in again when you brought it up. Okay. That's why I weighed in again. So I did drop. All right. I did drop. But this is why I don't like that middle of the week weigh-in, because the scale could be dropping. And then by the time you get to actual weigh-in day, depending on what you ate or what you did, it could be up. But I've also seen the reverse happen where the scale is not moving all week. And then suddenly I get to day 7 and it's 2 pounds down. So I've seen it happen either way. So I'm kind of nervous. I will not be doing this again. I'm going back to every 7 days because I don't want no teasers. Okay. I don't want no teasers. I do the things that I do for y'all. Okay. So this is y'all teaser weigh in. This is your teaser weigh in. I am technically down from 169 point, what was it? I went from 169.8 to 169.1 to 167.9. So from last Sunday to Friday, that's a 2 pound drop. What? Wait, let me make sure I did the math right. Hold on. I think that's a 2 pound drop. 169.8 minus 167. Did I say 0.9? Yeah, that's 1.9 pounds. So that's 2 pounds. So help me out. So help me out. Yes. That's roughly 2 pounds. Okay. So help me out. How? Explain to me something, y'all. Riddle me this. The first week of under eating, roughly 900 calories when I was sick, 900 per day, I lost about 3 pounds. The second week, I lost another 2 pounds, which was still roughly 900 calories a day. I've now increased to roughly 1,200, 1,300 calories per day because I'm down 1,000. Let's say 1,100 calories per day. I've increased my calories, and I've still lost another 2 pounds, but the week ain't over yet. What do you guys think? Means your metabolism is good and you're still losing? Well, we got to get to tomorrow to see technically. Because if tomorrow I get on the scale and it's up, that's the way, and I'm going to count. What's going to piss me off though is if I'm back at 170, because I've been maintaining this 169, not maintaining it, but like I haven't fluctuated back up to over 170, which has been wonderful. So I'm gonna be disappointed if that happens. But so I lost another 2 pounds and the week isn't even over yet. Now, the real poll, I mean, not the real poll, the real question is, what do you guys think happened between yesterday and today? Right? Because we have the food log. So do we think that Chick-fil-A is going to put me up because of some water? Because it wouldn't be fat necessarily. But do y'all think that 167 that I weighed in yesterday, you think that's going to stick to Sunday till tomorrow morning? Some people recommend weighing daily and taking the weekly average to account for sodium, fluid changes, constipation. That might happen. I have done the daily weigh-ins and they get tiresome. I would say there are times where it's productive, and then for me, I did it too long. So when I wasn't losing weight, it became frustrating to weigh in daily, is what I would say. So I think I can rotate. Like I can, for part of the year, or for some months I can weigh in daily, or for some weeks, and for other weeks I just have to go back to once a week. But if you continue to undereat, your body will adapt and stall. You think I'm under eating? So I guess I should have asked that question. So would y'all consider this week of eating under eating? Because we as a channel agreed to the 1,300 calories last week. So do y'all think I'm under eating now? Sushi thinks it will stick. Are you telling me I need to poop, or it's because of poop? I'm only slightly constipated. I am a little constipated because I've been slacking on my magnesium, but I'm on top of it. I'm on top of it. I'm not on top of it because I didn't take it today, but I will. So Sushi Fitness thinks it will stick. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very surprised. I was incredibly surprised to see that 167. I did not see that coming. I was about 80% sure, maybe even 90% sure that that 169 was just gonna maintain for this week. No, the 900. Oh, that was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that was for the 2 weeks that I was sick. I'm now up to about, let's see what I averaged. Let's see what I averaged for this week. So I did not make it to 30,000. I made it to about 8,000 for the week. So 8,000 divided by, oh no, because I didn't meet my goal for no, I did include today. Okay, I did include today. Hold on. Divided by 7. So I'm up to about 1150 for the week. I'm up to about 1150 for the week. Would y'all consider 1150 to be under eating? Have you tried yellow dragon fruit? No. I really don't want to eat any fruit. I'll eat a couple apples here and there, like apple slices, but I don't really want to eat any fruit. I try to avoid adding sugar if I can. It's bad enough that I drink sweet coffee. So we don't think 1150 is under eating, average. Who is surprised by the continued drop? Did I end the poll? Let's end the poll. Okay. I have another poll because I want to know if y'all think I'll maintain. Um, I would consider maintaining anything that shows up as 167, right? So 167.4, 167.5, 167.1, 167. Ugh. That's a tricky question. Okay, so will I maintain the teaser weigh-in of 167? Okay. So will I maintain 167? Will I drop below 167 or will I gain? That's the question. And gaining will be over 167. Okay. Nobody surprised? Slightly under, but not bad. Okay. No, not surprised at all. The gym is help. Oh, I forgot to mention. Did I mention the working out? So I worked out yesterday, today. Well, today doesn't count because I weighed in yesterday. So I worked out yesterday and I worked out. Did I have another workout this week? Luckily, I have an app that shows me. Let's see. I worked out Tuesday. I worked out Tuesday. Okay. I don't know your TDEE, so I can't say it's 1750. My 1750, and this week's average 1150. Okay. So I'm going to put it on the screen so everybody can see. It means you're under what you really need. Your metabolism rev up. Nope, not surprised. Okay. So maintenance for my weight would be 1750. But remember, we agreed to cut 500 to 1250 to lose that 1 pound per week per the standard guidelines, right? We're experimenting, right? I am your guinea pig, okay? So we cut 500. Everybody agreed that 500 was a safe cut. Cutting to 1300, 1250 was a safe cut. But what I did was I put my gym days at 1500 and my non-gym days at 1150, which still averaged out to that 9,000 calories for the week. Okay. So had I made it all even, I think it would have been 1250 to 1300 every day. But I staggered and it was still supposed to work out to 9,000, but I didn't meet my calories every day, so it came out to about 8,000. So we don't think that 1150 is well, Sushi says slightly under, but not bad. Slightly under, but not bad. It means you're under what you really need. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, but is being under what you need, is that the key to losing the weight? That's the point of me doing all this. Because I be coming at the calorie people, the calories in, calories out people. So that's the point of me doing all of this. Like, are they right? Are they correct? Because for the most part, I can't even say for the most part. I feel like 50% of people subscribe and the other 50% don't. So are the calories in, calories out people right? Now, let me ask y'all this. And please go ahead and like the stream and vote in the poll. Let me ask y'all this. Are you surprised that I'm continuing to lose despite the makeup of my diet? Coffee, bacon, eggs. So far, it's been fast food about 2 to 3 days a week, which is high for me. I'm trying to get that down to 1 or 0 for fast food, but I can eat out like a good meal, eat out like once or twice a week. But I'd like to really get the fast food, like drive-through, chain food. I'd like to get that down to 0 or at least 1, right? Or at most 1, I should say, at most. But are y'all surprised that my composition of the calories, like with the composition of the calories, that I'm still continuing to lose? You think it's calories mostly. Sunshine is not surprised. Okay. I think my diet is more on the processed side, but it's not like 80% packaged foods, right? Bacon is processed, but eggs aren't. A gluten-free tortilla is processed, but the cream I put in my coffee isn't, but the sugar is processed, right? So it's like, chicken isn't processed for the most part, but the tortilla I put it on may be processed, or the cheese is processed. Y'all are not surprised. There's not a single salad in sight. I didn't mention produce for the whole week, not even apples, and I typically eat apple slices. I didn't mention produce for the whole week, and y'all telling me y'all are not surprised? I thought the American way was to up your fruits and vegetables, up your fiber, and all of that to lose weight, to diet properly. Fast food is bad for your heart health. Absolutely. I eat much less fast food than I did a year and a half ago when I first started. So I am proud of that. Right now, my fast food eating is very impulsive. I waited too long throughout the day. I did not plan, or something didn't go according to plan. And now it's late and I'm hungry. I'm getting something to eat. Like, that's how it's been working out. But that 2 weeks I was sick, I didn't eat fast food for the whole 2 weeks. So nobody is surprised that it didn't take a single salad in my diet. It didn't take a single avocado, a single lettuce leaf, a single piece of kale, a single piece of fruit. None of that. Because y'all know I don't eat a lot of produce. I'm team, if you like it, eat it. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Y'all not surprised by that. I'm surprised that y'all are not surprised, because I would think that y'all would tell me, hey, Vanity, it's time to change your diet. I eat well to stay alive, not to lose weight. I'm old, so I need fruits and vegetables. Okay. If you ate 2,500 calories of fruits and veg, you would gain. Okay. Nope, not surprised. I eat a variety of foods, including some fried and fast food if I want them. Okay. If we are talking healthier, it's gearing a different topic. I am looking at everything, not just your food. Okay. I did not track my sleep. I maybe will do that the next week, because somebody asked that. I think it was Sweet Tea last week. Like, how's your sleep? How's your water? How's your maybe stress or something like that? So that's why I had put on that particular day, emotionally, I just was not feeling good, because I didn't feel like eating that day. I was like, fuck tracking, fuck this, fuck I didn't feel like eating. It would be nice if you added more produce. Okay. I never knew so many adults who didn't like fruits and vegetables until I came to the South. Okay. You can lose weight because you're low in calories and still be unhealthy because of what you're eating, in my humble opinion. Okay. We would love if you ate fruit and walked, but we're just not gonna get that. That sounded very shady, sweet tea. I did walk. I just wasn't impressed by it. Why do I have to walk when I weight train 3 days a week and I do full body exercises from home the other 2? Why do I have to walk? Don't get me started on this whole walking thing, sweetie. Do not get me started. Now I eat a little piece of fruit here and there. So here's my take on it. Okay. None of y'all are surprised by the composition of the calories and the results, but I think we can all agree that potentially, well, no, I won't say we can all agree because some people feel heavily to one end of the spectrum or the other, right? There are some people, even content creators, that feel like heavily processed is perfectly fine. There are some that feel like all the way on the other end of the spectrum is more appropriate toward vegetarian and veganism. Um, there are some that are all the way on a different part of the spectrum that feels like it's 100% carnivore, eat all the meat and butter and eggs that you want, and zero produce. And I do mean zero. So we got 100% produce people, zero meat. We got 100% meat people, zero produce. We have 90% processed people, very little produce, and I would even say very little meat unless that meat is processed. The 100%, I mean, not the 100%, the 90% processed people, I would say is more of the flour crowd, right? So they're going to eat, they're going to eat, they're going to eat like certain types of breads and wraps, cereals, granola bars, or certain packaged, prepackaged food, breakfast sandwiches, frozen foods. They're going to lean more toward the starches, the rice and the potatoes. They might have some dairy. That's the 90% processed crowd, right? So I think, full disclosure, the answer is somewhere in the middle, right? I think the answer is somewhere in the middle where you do incorporate produce, animal products, and the smallest portion would be the processed foods. I don't eat produce very often, but I do think that my diet would be better off if I did. Do I think it would cause greater weight loss? No. Okay. Do I think I am unhealthy? No, I don't personally, right? Because it hasn't shown up in my blood markers yet. That don't mean it won't though. So I'm trying to get it together now. That don't mean it won't show up in 5 to 10 years, okay? I'm 30. That don't mean it won't show up. Okay. So I may be healthy now, especially after losing 70 pounds and still got another 30 to go, 25. Wait, let's do the math real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. How much weight I got left now that I'm at 167, if it sticks? 167 minus 142, 25 pounds. Okay. I think the answer is in the middle. I think the answer is a combination of produce, animal products, dairy, right? That's an animal product. Nuts, seeds, all of that. I don't even think anybody needs to be 100% sugar free. I would love, here's my one exception though to the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. This is why I don't subscribe to any particular one diet, right? The one exception to that I do have, again, that's the struggle with the fast food, is I do believe, and I really would like to make it a goal this year to get all of the seed oils out of my diet. Okay. So that would take fried food, fried in a fast food restaurant, off the table. If I want fried food, I'd have to fry it at home in peanut oil because that's not a seed oil. Okay. I would like to get 100% of, or at least 99% of the seed oils out of my diet. So no more pulling up to the Chick-fil-A and the Bojangles and all of that, or the Chinese restaurant and getting the deep fried chicken and all, and French fries and all of that. I would like to get to the, well, maybe not 100%. I'll say 98, 99%. Maybe once or twice a year, I can enjoy some truffle fries, right? Maybe once or twice a year, I can enjoy some chicken and waffles, right? Like maybe, and it's fried, but I would really, really, really I would like to get to as close to zero as possible. But as far as the produce, back to Jim's comment, I do think I would be better off with more of it. I just haven't reached that point yet. Like I haven't reached the point where I have prioritized that. But the reason I'm considering it is because I have lost 70 pounds and there are certain parts of my, I don't want to say physiology, but maybe physiology. Like there's certain parts of my body that don't feel good, right? Like I'm still tired very often, which means I probably have some sort of nutrient deficiency that could potentially be corrected by more produce in a diet. My energy is very, very low. I suffer from fatigue. Everything that I have problems with stems around some sort of like fatigue or tiredness or not feeling very well rested. And that could just be some sort of nutrient deficiency. I don't know. I haven't gotten evaluated for that yet. But yeah, I think I would benefit from more produce. I just don't think it would make me lose any more weight. So that was the point of me asking that question. Um, in my opinion, it works because you're on a GLP-1, so insulin is well maintained. I would lean more toward that as well. Honestly, that's how skinny fat comes into play. Low calorie, poor diet. I don't think my diet is poor. I think it could be better. I just don't think it's poor. Um, it's less poor than it was, but I've seen worse diets from people that are on a GLP-1. Like, and then it depends on what you mean by poor, right? Because I hot take, hot take. I consider veganism a poor diet. I don't think vegans get a free pass because they're eating produce and people put produce on a pedestal. I hope y'all have time tonight because I'm going to back that up based on us going over the early American diet. This year's our 250th anniversary or something like that. We're going to go back 130 years. We're going to go back 130 years and see what was going on. And there was very little, like, produce was not a staple other than potatoes, was not a staple in the American diet, yet people weren't dying of heart disease and obesity. Okay. So, like, you're on the floor. Why are you on the floor? So when it comes to poor, it depends on your perspective. But with that being said, MVP, I do think the more processed food that is in a diet, the closer you are to a poor diet. But I don't think having a produce heavy diet is the answer either. I think the answer is really in the middle. I think it is. So, like, I would consider veganism a poor diet. I would consider carnivore a poor diet. Those are two extremes that say zero of the other. Carnivore says zero produce. Veganism says zero animal products. I think they're both less correct than the people in the middle. Okay, so I'm just trying to get as close to the middle as possible. I eat fried chicken. I just eat a salad. Okay. Walk ain't impressed with you either. Leave me alone, Delilah. Weight training is number one. I just like fruits and vegetables, so I eat them probably way too much. But I ain't trying to be Darlene the sardine now. Okay. I believe whatever you believe is true. Okay. Vegan and vegetarianism can eat a lot of processed tofu, meat. Exactly. Like lots of starch as well. My old doctor once told me he never seen a vegetarian beat anyone. That is so messed up. That's shady as hell. That is shady as hell. I think everyone's body is different. So the food diet that might work for one body may not work for another. I don't think any of those eating plans is a one size fits all. I would agree. Hi, Sydney. Sydney, you have been promoted to HR. Just so you know, free labor, okay? Because we have some new moderators, we have some new hires, and Jen is the union rep. And so I was just, everybody was trying to figure out what to do. All the new hires coming in, like, what do I do? What do I do? So I'm like, okay, so now we need like structure in your HR. Just so you're the HR manager, Sydney. Just thought you should know. Old school fried and lard and beef tallow. My grandmother is 100 years old and still feisty. Is she skinty though? Because Granny can be very, very vain. She can. Is everybody a moderator now? Not everybody. Just, I made some new moderators for the new year. And I just, I picked some people that have shown a lot of support to the channel. That's all. Free labor force, okay? Gotta get as much free labor as I possibly can around here. We all work here now. Oh my gosh. Sydney look like she want to fire y'all, sweetie. Y'all lucky Jen only has the privilege. Like, Jen is the only one with the ability to block other moderators. Because Sydney looking real like, they can't all work here. Here's your walking papers. Here's your pink slip, sweetie. I think Sydney's giving out pink slips. That's what it's given. It's given a little territorial, Sydney. It's given firing everybody. Okay. Oh, okay. So here's the thing with the moderators, right? So when I first started making them, the criteria that I have for the moderators, sidebar, Sydney, drop a sidebar, drop a couple of them. And then we'll get into why grandma was counting calories and stuff. Because y'all grandma's talking about they wasn't counting calories. And yes, they was, because don't do that. So the criteria that I have when I first started going live was who people that were participating outside of just, showing up to live. So people that showed up regularly but participated in other ways, right? So Jen was the first to become a member. Sushi Fitness helped me out with my first stereo show. Sydney, I remember sent me my first, it was either super chat, I think it was my first super chat. And Teddy, before I knew Teddy had a channel, Teddy had did his homework and Reindeer was sending me content. So that's how I picked my first moderators, right? And then I didn't create any for a while. Now, there was a couple of people that I should have made moderators at the time, and I didn't. And Michelle was one of those people. The thing with Michelle and Teddy, though, is that they have channels. But I think their channels came after they were already over here, like as subscribers. So that's because Delilah is already a Teamster, so I'm not allowed to work on YouTube Union. No, that is not. It is because I don't want to make other content creators a part of the free labor force, Delilah. Now, Michelle and Teddy are exceptions to that because Teddy got made a moderator before I know he had a channel, and Michelle should have been had a wrench, and then she created a channel. So I was a little torn, like, she's a content creator. I was like, I don't know. But I was just like, you know what? Michelle has been here very, very long. And yeah, so I'm really trying not to make content creators a part of the free labor force because they got their own channels to run. I don't need y'all working for free over here because I don't want to come work for free in y'all shit. I don't want to come work for free in y'all shit. Okay. I don't want no, I am lazy. I barely want to do my own job over here. Okay. Like that's why I'm not HR. That's why I'm not a union rep. That's why I'm not a project manager. Okay, if y'all see Reindeer, tell her she the project manager. That's the role. Okay, so yeah, that's what it is. Delilah is not. Delilah can be a teamster, but Delilah is not going to be forced into free labor over here because Delilah got her own channel to run. Okay, and some of y'all are already moderators on Delilah's channel, so y'all got a lot of free jobs to go. I mean, to do. Okay, y'all got to show up for work at a lot of places. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I don't make them. I don't make them. Okay. So that's that. So who said? So everyone but Delilah? Yes, because Delilah has a channel to run. Okay. She ain't got time to be chasing down trolls and shit over here. Which we typically don't get a lot when there's vertical and not vertical. What is this? Landscape. We don't get a lot. Okay. I need to do more. I need to do work. No pink slip. I would say most of us have a quote unquote poor diet, and GLP-1s might be making it worse. You think so? My diet has gotten better, but that was intentional or less bad. My diet has been less bad. It was worse before a GLP-1. A GLP-1 has curbed my appetite toward certain things and has also made it so that I can't overeat certain things, right? So when I had the Chick-fil-A, I could eat the chicken, but I couldn't really eat the starchy French fries. But I was able to eat the brownie, and that's probably because of the sugar. So I don't know what it is about French fries in particular that I've been struggling with since being on the GLP-1. But Chick-fil-A fries are the biggest struggle. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the prep. I don't know if it's the way that they're I don't know. I don't know what it is. Delilah don't work for free. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Do we have a budget for the staffing? No, y'all work for free. See, Who said Sydney was gonna be good as HR? Because look how she acting. Look how she acted. Look, 5 minutes into promotion, and she talking about a budget. Who said that? Who said it earlier? It was Jen, wasn't it? Okay. All right. I see y'all talking about Teddy in the chat. Is there something I should know? Like, are we cool? I haven't seen Teddy. I haven't been keeping up with everybody's channels either, but hopefully he's okay. Do y'all have like his email or something? I have his Cash App. Maybe I can send him a Cash App with a message on it. Say, hey, we're worried about you. Cause listen, let me tell y'all something. Another sidebar, okay? I don't know. I have no clue, if anything, at all. He could just be busy, right? I know what it's like to disappear from YouTube for a month. I know what it's like. I've done it before. And sometimes life just be lifing, or ZEPBOUND just be ZEPBOUNDing, like we talked about last week. ZEPBOUND is being on the GLP-1 is exhausting. Weight loss is exhausting, but rewarding. So sometimes people just need a break. Maybe it's that, hopefully. But if you guys hear from him, definitely post in the community, or go ahead, one of you go ahead and post in the community, and maybe he will see it. You never know. He could be watching from the clouds. All right. Okay. So, all right. So now we're ready. Okay. So we got our teaser weigh in. Most of y'all think it's going to stick, right? Most of y'all think it's going to stick tomorrow. Okay. So members, you will get the first look into the latest weigh in. Or the official weigh in, I should say. And we're not going to stress no matter what happens, but I hope that 167 sticks. Okay. All right. So that was fun. I'm digging the, actually, let me do one more poll. Y'all think I'm going to maintain it? Okay, cool. All right. So actually, it was almost tied, because some of y'all think, almost half of y'all think that I'm going to drop below that 167. If I do, okay, clavicle check. I mean, sidebar. Sidebar. Y'all, if I get on that scale, if it's anywhere between like 163 and 169, 162, 169, okay, fine. I'm gonna consider that. I'm sorry, 167. 167, 163, 167, 169. Okay, fine. I'll consider that maintain. If it goes up a little bit, okay, I'm not gonna trip. If I y'all, if I get on that scale and it says 167.0, which is almost a full pound down, or 166, y'all not gonna be able to tell me nothing. It's turbo all through the next 25 pounds. You will not be able to slow me down. Nothing will slow me down if I step on that scale and I have dropped below 167.1, I would say. Like if I've gone down more than half a pound, I'll be like, okay, that's still okay. That's I'll consider that maintaining. But if it's like a full pound or more, oh, what's up? This 25 pounds about to be gone overnight. It's about to go. Okay. All right. So shout out to all of you. That was fun. So I'm gonna do one more poll as I transition into the next topic. So the poll is, do I want to say helpful or like, oh, okay, insightful? Why would you do that? So the question is, are the food diary breakdowns, because I've done 3 weeks worth of it in a 2-week period, are they insightful or are they a waste of time? Skip the numbers. Skip food. No, I don't have enough letters for that. How do I want to ask that? Sorry, y'all. Should have thought about my answers before. Y'all know I'll be figuring stuff out. Let me go on mute and stop. Let me go on mute and stop banging on the keyboard. Give me just a second. I just lost my whole window. I did. I lost the whole window. Okay, the reason I want to do it in the poll is because some people will vote in the poll but won't comment down below. Okay. So let's try this one more time. Okay, is it unnecessary? Yeah. This is what I need. I need a poll creator. Which one of my moderators want to be a poll creator? I need y'all to create my polls for me. Okay. No, I keep running out of letters. Okay. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about the delay. All right. I feel like I could have asked this in a better way, but I didn't think about it till just now. All right, so go ahead and if you haven't already, like the stream and vote in the poll. What I want to know, and if your answer, if I didn't give, almost ended the stream. If I didn't give an answer that you would like, then you can leave me a comment. But the question is, are y'all enjoying the food diary breakdowns from week to week, right? Where we're talking about what the calorie budget is. We're seeing if I meet the budget for the week. We're talking about how I got to that calorie budget, meaning the different foods that I ate, and then seeing what the outcome was on the scale. Is that insightful? Is it a waste of time? Do you want me to keep doing it, but you want daily weigh-ins along with it, or are you undecided? And if there's another option, just leave a comment. All right. So, congratulations. You are gonna make me cry. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, Sydney. Yeah, if that scale drop again, because technically it's dropped twice this week. So if it drop again for my official weigh-in, oh yeah, there's no stopping me. This 25 pounds is gonna fall right off. Congratulations on your continued success. You're putting in the work regardless of what the scale shows tomorrow. Of course. But I'm vain. I want to know. I want the scale to say what I wanted to say. They are insightful if you find trends in them. Okay. The scale best be telling me what I want to see. Is what I'm saying, Delilah. It better tell me what I want. Where do you get GLP-1 from? This is Ayush Couture. If I said that right, Ayush Couture. I get my GLP-1 from Lilly Direct. I get ZEPBOUND, which is their product. Eli Lilly. I get it from them. I get it directly from the pharmaceutical company. But thank you for the comment. Thank you for falling out of the clouds. Okay. I have changed my insurance and the new one does not cover ZEPBOUND. Mine does not either. Unfortunately, a lot of insurance companies don't cover ZEPBOUND, and that's because ZEPBOUND is approved for obesity and sleep apnea. I think that the insurance companies have not caught up to the need for obesity treatment, right? So they're choosing not to cover it. A lot of them, but some of them do. And then the Manjaro is for the type 2 diabetics. So a lot of the time, if you don't have the type 2 diabetes, you can't get that coverage. So I pay out of pocket directly from Eli Lilly, $450. It is very, very expensive. But in my experience, it has been worth it. It has been life-changing. So it is very, very high price to pay, but I have made the choice to pay it. Okay. So let me know if that answered your question. All right. Yes, I do. I do. Oh, you did have coverage and then you changed. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. You're on ZEPBOUND 7.5, yeah. Please like the stream and consider subscribing if you haven't already. All right, so let's do this. Let's talk about our grandmas. Let's talk about Granny because she was counting calories. I don't care what y'all say. All right, so thank y'all for that. So are the food diary breakdowns insightful? 38%. Please go ahead and vote in the poll. Only 8 votes. 38% says yes, great insight. 50% says yes, but add daily weigh-ins. So far, nobody has said it's unnecessary, and 12% say undecided. Okay, you know what? That's enough for me to feel like I'm not wasting my time by doing the diary breakdowns. Okay. I will consider the daily weigh-ins when we get to the end of the stream because I'm going to tell you what the strategy is for next week and the week after. Should I change strategies if this is already working? No. But I'm curious about the next strategy, right? Like I'm going to tell you what it is and tell you why I'm curious about it. So I'm just going to go ahead and try it, right? So let's get into let me make sure I covered everything. Okay, yes, the teaser weigh-in was the last thing. Okay. All right. So we are gonna do a little research on the spot, okay? This country's fat. Country is 50%, 45%, something like that, obese, 70-some% overweight. Now, if I was an adult, a responsible adult, I would have had the numbers in, beforehand, but I've been busy, so whatever. We're gonna figure it out on the spot. But this country is overweight and obese, right? There is an epidemic, and if you count it going across the world, it should be classified as a pandemic, I think, but whatever. We have a situation with obesity in this country. Now, for the sake of this stream, I don't think I'm going to be discussing type 2 diabetes. I know oftentimes we discuss them hand in hand, but I'm pretty sure we're just going to be discussing physical weight, right? Which is obesity if you're over a particular amount of weight. So I was interested in the fact that I eat so much bacon, okay? I just wanted to know if I was doing something wrong by eating the amount of bacon I do, which is about 3, 4, 5 strips. It used to be a day. Now it's down to about 4 days a week because I'm lazy. I don't feel like cooking every day. But I was curious. So I was wondering, like, my first question was, how long have Americans been eating bacon? I was like, I don't know. And apparently Americans have been eating bacon since before America was here, right? Let's just say North Americans have been eating bacon for a very, very long time. Apparently, some explorers brought the pigs over from, I think, Europe when they came over here. So bacon has been a North American, particularly American staple for quite some time, right? Now, when I talk about America, of course, we're only 250 years old, so we can only talk about a limited time frame, but it doesn't make sense to go back the whole 250 years. We can at least though go back to 1900 because a lot of us have grandparents that were born in the early 1900s. So 1920, 1912, 1915, 1930, 1935, right? A lot of us have grandparents or great grandparents that were born before 1935. So that gives us at least a generation into the early 20th century, right? So I decided to go back there. So we're not going to talk about the 1800s. We're not going to talk about the 1700s. We damn sure ain't going to talk about none before that because it don't matter. We ain't going back to the days of the Bible. We ain't going back to the early civilization. We ain't doing none of that. We're going to talk about America, not Canada and Mexico. We're just going to talk about the United States of America. Okay, even though those two countries are a part of North America. So we're not going to talk about Europe. We're not going to talk about the continent of Africa. We're not going to talk about any of that. We're going to talk about the United States of America starting from 1900. I, in particular, want to talk about 1920, but we're going to start, I think we're going to start at 1920, and then we're going to go backwards to 1900, and then we're going to jump back to 1920 and go forward, and you'll see why in a second. Okay, so we got a couple questions to answer. Don't know if we're going to get them answered during the stream, but we're going to figure it out together. How do Americans stay thin before the obesity epidemic? How? Like, and also one of the questions that I had asked is, how was obesity tracked before BMI? Do y'all know the answer? We're going to talk about some of that too, okay? I also asked the question, when did Americans start counting calories? And that started in 1918. Okay, so hence why I want to talk about the 1920s, but we're gonna go backwards as well. Okay. Okay. So do you hear that people 1900s and only USA? Yeah, I mean, what am I gonna talk about Spain for? I don't live over there. Why? Okay, like and we don't, I mean, unless you, like, I would have to do so much research and I'm lazy, but it would be easier to talk about America because most of us, right, had grandparents or great grandparents that we at least met that were here eating the diet here. Now, if your grandparents weren't here yet, then you're probably going to have to wait until we get to the decade where they migrated here, right? So if your parents came here in the 50s, I don't think we're going to make it to the 50s today, but we may make it to the 50s next week or something like that. Now, don't get offended if you start telling me about your grandparents and what they was eating in 1905, but they was in like Central America or Italy. You can talk about it, but I'm not going to include it. I'm gonna just tell you that ain't what we're talking about. Okay, so if they weren't here yet, if they were not here, if they did not migrate here yet, or if they were not born here, then I'm not going to count it, right? Like, I'm not going to count their diet because we're not talking about those countries. All right. So just to simplify, we're going to talk about the US of A, USA, USA, USA. Okay, we're going to talk about that. So let's get into it. Like the stream if you haven't already. And I am not going to present to you a bunch of research that was already done. We're going to do the research together. All right. So we're going to start out with the American diet 1920. All right. And we're going to go to our handy dandy AI. And if AI does not give us enough information, then we will go to some of the Google sources that came up. Okay. Oh, okay. I have almost ended the stream a couple of times. Sidebar. I'm not going to be playing any content that will end the stream, but I'm clicking around all recklessly. So if for any reason the stream ends, like if I just drop off, wait here, I'll be back on if the stream doesn't end. But if the stream does end, then just give it about 5 minutes and come back to the channel because I will just go back live again because I'm reckless. I almost ended the stream like not 6 times, but like 2-3 times. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Let me zoom in. Not that you guys are going to read it, but just in case. Just in case. Okay. So when I first looked at the diet for the 1920s, it started out by saying where it shifted to, right? Which told me that I needed to go back a little further. But let's just read what the AI overview is for the American diet in the 1920s, all right? Shifted from heavy scratch-made meals to lighter, more convenient options with the rise of processed foods, refrigerated transport, and new health trends, featuring staples like sandwiches, salads, especially gelatin-based, that sounds nasty, fruits, citrus, eggs, cereals, alongside treats like icebox cakes, pineapple upside down cake, while modern diets introduce processed snacks like Reese's Cups, Velveeta, through nutritional gaps, though I'm like having a hard time, though nutritional gaps persisted, especially for the poor. Okay. So why is it that when we talk about the 1920s, they start out by talking about a shift? What was going on in America in the 1920s? And I'm willing to bet it was a whole lot of innovation. Okay. So Let's see if this will answer our question. In the 1920s, okay? So we got a lot going on, all right? So we got the Roaring 20s, which was a decade of an economic boom, okay? Cultural explosion. We have the Harlem Renaissance, okay? So lots of money flowing around for different socialites. We got prohibition. We got some racial tensions. We got the stock market crash that ushered in the Great Depression. And I was the Spanish flu in the 20s as well. When was I think that was in the 20s as well. Hold on. That was 1918. That was 1918. History. When was it? Yep, that was 1918. Okay. Okay. And when was refrigeration? 1913. Okay. So the refrigerator was created in 1913. US. In the 1910s, early 1900s. Okay. The reason that I'm asking that question is because that's a part of the shift that happens with the types of foods that are available. So you'll see when we jump backwards, because as soon as we start talking about the 20s, they start talking about a shift that's going on. And I think that's just because there's a lot of cultural changes happening in the country at once. So what happened or what was going on before this shift happened? And I think that before the invention of the refrigerator, people were very limited on how they could store food, hence the type of diet that was available, right? So let's just jump backwards really quickly, and then we're going to jump back to 1920 and then go forward decade by decade. So let's go with 1900. All right. We're not talking about any types of transitions or anything here. We just get a straightforward answer. So the American diet around 1900 focused on hearty, home-cooked meals featuring pork, beef, potatoes, bread, and seasonal vegetables like beans, corns, and root crops, often preserved. While reformers pushed for bland, simple foods, strong flavors from spices and quote-unquote foreign ingredients like garlic were popular, with staples like cured meats, I think bacon, right? Milk, eggs, and later city convenience foods like hot dogs emerging, contrasting with the era's emphasis on fresh homegrown produce and basic staples. Okay, does this sound correct for anybody's grandparents? Does this sound correct? Home cooked meals featuring pork and beef, seasonal vegetables, beans, corn, and root crops. So I think that would be like potatoes, bread, milk, eggs, bacon, farm diets, heavily relied on what could be grown, bacon, ham, beef, meatloaf. Does that sound about right? And even the food was often spoiled when they try to get it because the trains didn't have refrigeration. Okay, so Sunshine says absolutely. Okay. This sounds about correct for 1900. You know what I don't see here? So I do see seasonal produce. I don't see a lot of fruit. And I don't see leafy greens mentioned. So I don't see a lot of fruit. I don't see a lot of leafy greens mentioned. I don't see rice. I don't see chicken. And I don't see a lot of flour. The only flour product really mentioned is some bread. Like the only grain is some bread. But I do see bacon, and that's what I was looking for when I started this research. This is all about proving that I'm right to eat bacon. Okay, excuse me. Water, milk, coffee, tea, alcoholic drinks. You know, you got a little bit of sugar here and there. I don't see a lot of dessert foods. I've got to run, friends. Good luck with the bacon investigation. I'll watch the rest on the replay. Okay, thank you, girl. Have fun. Okay, so all of my grandparents grew up in the South and migrated to Ohio and Michigan in the late 40s, early 50s. Okay, so we're not there yet. All right. Do you know about you said grandparents. Okay, so what about your great grandparents? Because they probably would have been still in the South. Okay, so no GMOs, no antibiotics. Okay, so y'all talking about Manjaro. Okay. The series The Food That Built America is really interesting and will teach you a lot about how things came into play. Okay. Oh yeah, Kellogg. Oh God, Kellogg. Okay. All right. So I'm not seeing a lot of sugar. I'm not seeing a lot of processed foods. Immigration, introduction of ethnic foods like Italian, Chinese, and Mexican begin to gain traction, especially in cities. Yeah, I'm the most processed thing I see on here is a hot dog. That's about as processed as this got. Okay. Now, dare I say, what was the obesity rate in 1900? If they were tracking it. And if they wasn't tracking the obesity rate, I'll go with the average weight. Let's see if they were tracking obesity. Were they tracking it? It says in 1900, the obesity rate in America was extremely low, in the low single digits, with data from Civil War veterans suggesting almost no obesity by today's body mass index standards. Okay. In contrast, carrying some extra quote unquote flesh was seen as healthy, but we don't know how much. And obesity was considered rare, unlike today's epidemic where over 2/3 of adults are overweight or obese. Okay. So how do we, in the matter of 120 years, go from zero obese, not zero, extremely low, let's say below 2%, right? Let's extremely low, let's say 2% or below. How do we go from, in a matter of 120 years, from extremely low obesity to over half of the country being overweight, about half being obese and over half being overweight? Weren't people shorter in the 1900s? Wouldn't that have made them more prone to obesity though? Because obesity is height to weight ratio, right? Let's see. Let's find out. What was the average height? Average height. Do you want to separate men and women? Let's do women. Let's do women. Because women carry more body fat. Not interested. What was the average height of women? 5 feet 2 inches. And what is it in 2020? 5 feet 3.5. Okay, so women were about on average about 1.5 inches shorter in the 1920s. Okay. So there was little to no excess body fat. Like there was little to no obesity. It was incredibly rare. In fact, I don't even think the term BMI had been coined yet. So that's why I was curious about that. All right, so they're eating beef, butter, bacon, eggs, milk, lots of dairy, lots of protein, very limited produce. So what do y'all think about the 1900s diet? Processed food versus crops grown and canned. Also, people were so much more active just from doing daily activities. Industrialization, processed foods, meats, beef wasn't eaten like it is today. In the 1900s, it said that their staples were beef and pork. Said that the staples were beef and pork. Okay. So what was the heart disease rate? Okay. In 1900, heart disease was not a leading killer in America. Infectious diseases like pneumonia, influenza, tuberculosis, and diarrhea were, but heart disease was rising, ranking around 4th or 5th, with rates around 109 to 130 4 deaths per 100,000 people, a rate that would dramatically increase to be the number one killer by the mid 20th century. Okay, so around 1950, 60, due to longer lifespans and lifestyle changes. What are those lifestyle changes? Smoking. Okay. So people aren't dying from eating beef, butter, and bacon in the 1900s. That's the point that I'm trying to make here, right? There was little obesity, little overweight. People are not dying of heart attacks, right? They're not dropping dead. They don't got high blood pressure in 1900. Yet they're eating stew, bacon, eggs. They're eating lots of cholesterol, lots of potentially sodium, because sodium is a part of the storage before refrigeration, right? So salt is used to preserve meats, cured meats, and all of that. So would we consider that a poor diet before we move on? Because we're going to jump right back into 19th. We're going to jump a generation forward. So do we think in 1900 Americans had a poor diet? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Okay. So we get refrigeration around 1915, something like that. And then we hit the 1920s and we start, how do we go from beef and pork? Matter of fact, let me what was the dessert like? Matter of fact, let me see processed foods of 1900 America. Because I'm trying to figure, how do we get to 1920 and suddenly we have Velveeta? So we got breakfast cereal, we got Kellogg's corn flakes and canned goods. We got Campbell's and Coca-Cola. That's not really that big of a deal. That's really not that big of a deal. How the hell do we get to 1920 and suddenly we have Velveeta? But the refrigerator required a huge block of ice inserted to work. Let's see. So in 1920s, refrigeration worked using the vapor compression cycle with dangerous refrigerants like sulfur dioxide. So this is I'm gonna say, is this electric? Is this the one with the large block of ice, or is that earlier? Or are you talking about an ice box? Are you talking about a true ice box? Right. Okay, so I think that's different, Delilah. When we say refrigerator, when I say refrigeration, I'm talking like cooling beyond an ice box, right? I think a literal ice box is what you're talking about. Whereas when they start using coolants and a more complex system of refrigeration, I think that's a bit different. I think this was in the early 1800s. Okay. When did this is not off topic, but this is a little kind of like nugget. Widely used in America. I'm gonna guess 1820. Shit, I'm way off. Okay, so electricity became widely used in America in stages. Urban areas saw early adoption in the 1880s, reaching about 50% of homes by the mid 1920s. But widespread near universal adoption, especially in rural areas, was spurred by Rural Electrification Act of 1936. Okay, I was way off. I thought it was earlier than that. I thought it was like the 1820s or something like that. It was more like the 1880s into the 1920s, which makes sense because that would be the Reconstruction era, right? So this is post-Civil War. So that would make sense. That would make sense. Velveeta of those days was not the same as today. It was made from leftover scraps of cheese. Okay. All right. So let's get back to 1920. Okay. So American diet staples of 1920. Okay. So now we have cornmeal, flour, beans, potatoes, pork, lard, and bacon, and seasonal fruits and vegetables. with the increasing adoption of processed goods like canned goods. Okay, so it sounds like in the early 1900s, the biggest definition of processed would be canned goods, and convenience odd items like codfish cakes, home cooked dishes like casseroles. This is the first time I'm seeing chicken. Okay. Maybe chickens weren't widely available in the early 1900s. Desserts like pineapple upside down cake. So we're getting more flour. Okay. So as we get into the 20s, we're seeing a bit more processing going on, which is an indication of technology ramping up and improving across the as far as food production goes. Now, there's another part of this that needs to be addressed. I just don't know what the year is. So when it comes to wheat and flour, right? There was gross um food availability was I would say very limited before we were able to turn flour into 80 to 90% of the grocery store. So if you think about the entire interior of a grocery store, 90% of that food is made from flour, right? But that wasn't always the case. In the early 1900s, we were limited to potatoes and we were limited to whole foods. Let's just say that whether it was produce heavy or not, we were limited to whole foods. Once the production of the wheat plant and the growing and the genetically modifying of wheat plants became more efficient, we were able to produce more flour and create more processed foods and feed more people. Okay. So I'm not sure when that happened, but I'm hoping it'll come up as we go through this decade by decade. So it seems like we got more grains now. We have flour and cornmeal. We still got the same proteins: pork, bacon, beans, eggs, fish, same lard, butter. They're still eating lard, still eating butter, potatoes. This is the first mention of leafy greens, though. Not to say that it wasn't being eaten before, but it wasn't necessarily a staple before the 1920s. Okay. I'm still here just listening. Okay. Um, all right. So desserts, icebox cakes, devil's food cake, pineapple. Okay. Pineapple upside down cake. You know what I don't see here? I don't see Little Debbie. I don't see what are the snack companies? I don't see Hostess. I don't see TV dinners. I don't see a lot of frozen foods, right? Like frozen pizza, uh frozen. I'm not y'all understand what I'm saying, right? I'm not seeing a lot of treats, Twinkies. I'm not even seeing potato chips. Where are the potato chips? They got to be in here somewhere. Let's see. American diet staples. Let's do snacks. Let's do snack foods. Where are the potato chips? Where's the ice cream? Baby Ruth chocolate, Butterfinger chocolate, popsicles, Jello. Oh, Hostess is there. Hostess cakes, icebox cakes, deviled eggs. Ew, as a snack? Gross. Pineapple upside down cake. Okay, so I keep saying pineapple upside down cake. Okay. I don't see no Oreos. I don't see a lot of snacks. I'm not seeing a lot of snacks. We get Kool-Aid. Why are they not even talking about Coca-Cola at this time? That's crazy. Hmm. Let's see. Snack history. Okay. Ooh, Rice Krispies, Wheaties, Dum Dums, chicken dinner candy bar. Gross. Ew. That's nasty. That's nasty. Um, all the candies that I don't want to eat. Okay, none of this, none of this. Okay, so mostly candy bars, mostly chocolate is what I'm seeing. Okay, but I'm still not seeing a horrible diet. Okay, so let's see what the obesity rate was in 1920. Let's see. Let's see. It was still rare. Okay, still rare. Okay, let's see. Heart disease. I think I spelled that wrong. No, I didn't. Um, Okay, so there was a rise. Okay, so in 1920, heart disease was emerging as a major cause of death in America, becoming the leading cause by 1921. So how did we go from 1900 with heart disease being number 4 to 5? A generation passes, 20 years, 20 years, and now it's the leading cause. How did we get there? Now, people like Ansel Keys will come along later, the BMI creator, he will come along later and say, we got there by fat in the diet, right? Nobody talked about smoking. Nobody talked about alcohol. Nobody talked about sugar. None of those things came up. Nobody talked about activity, right? Exercise was, let's see how popular gyms were in the 1920s. But let me finish reading this first. So heart disease was emerging as a major cause of death in America, becoming the leading cause by 1921, a shift from earlier times when infectious disease dominated, with rates rising sharply from around 1920 to 1924 as medical understanding and classification improved, but it was still considered incurable, leading to the formation of the American Heart Association to research and combat it. Okay. At the time, it was often seen as a death sentence with little hope for treatment and prevention. What's causing it, though? They don't know. Okay. All right. So for some reason, in one generation, suddenly people are dying. The number one cause of death is heart disease. Something happens. I don't know what, but we're trying to figure out if it's the food. I don't know. Okay. All I know is Granny and them was eating bacon. Granny and them was eating bacon, and they wasn't dying from heart disease, and they was eating egg yolks. But then suddenly in the 20s, suddenly everybody dying from heart disease. What happened? I don't know. Now, fun fact. Fun fact. Just to throw it out there. Okay. So Americans started counting calories for weight loss in the late 1910s and 1920s, popularized by Dr. Lulu Hunt Peters' 1918 book, Diet and Health with Key to the Calories, who made the scientific concept of energy units accessible for public dieting and achieving slender ideals. While the scientific concept of the calorie existed earlier, it became a mainstream cultural tool for body management around World War I and into the Jazz Age, driven by themes of science and rationalization. None of that says that any type of research was done to make calorie counting make sense. It was just a book that she wrote. Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. All right, let's continue. So for some reason, people are dying from heart disease. Obesity is still pretty low, but for some reason, people are dying of heart disease in the 1920s. Okay. Got a little bit of ho-hos, a little bit of cake, okay? A little bit of cake. So let's see what the American diet was like in 1930. We're only gonna go a decade. We're not even gonna go a full generation. Okay, We're not even gonna go a full generation. Now, my grandmother was born in the 30s, and I did know her slightly, but I don't know what her diet was like. But I know she grew up in the American South. Okay, so let's see. American diet, 1930s. Let's see what the grannies were eating. Okay, so now by this point, grandmas are counting calories. Okay, now y'all said y'all grandmas wasn't counting calories, but somebody grandma was counting calories, because now we're in the 30s, we're in the thick of it, and whatever. Okay, so the American diet in the 1930s, heavily shaped by the Great Depression, focused on cheap, filling, and nutritious staples like potatoes, beans, and bread. That is a lot of starch. Okay. So you would think, or at least I would think, Delilah says that's also the time they started bleaching and stripping wheat of its nutrients to create longer shelf life. Okay. Now you would think that all this starch would lead to some weight gain or some. They eating beans, potatoes, and bread and lard, with ingenuity leading to dishes like slug burgers, meat stretched with flour or soy, Hoover stew, macaroni and sausage, while processed foods like Kraft macaroni and cheese emerge. Okay, so Kraft is emerging in the 30s as affordable family meals, emphasizing resources with limited budgets. Okay, so how many of you think that now that we're in the 30s and we got Kraft macaroni and cheese emerging, so that means some other processed pastas must be emerging. Processed boxed foods have to be emerging around the same time. Is this where we start to see the obesity rates creep up? Is Twinkie by Hostess? Let's see what the snacks were. And I don't even think people are working out at this time, other than like their usual activity. Twinkies, Fritos, Ritz crackers, Snickers, Three Musketeers, Tootsie Pops, blah, blah, blah. So we got candy and some snack cakes. Okay. We got candy and some snack cakes in the 30s. And a lot of this diet is shaped by the Great Depression. What were the staples? Potato, beans, and bread. Potatoes, beans, and bread. Sugar was still rationed in the 20s. Well, we're in the 30s now. Okay, sugar was still rationed. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing, though. Sugar was rationed in America. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. What was the obesity rate? Did I look that up already? Oh, we're getting a creep up here. Okay, let me show y'all. We're getting a creep. We're getting a creep. Okay, we're getting a creep. We are getting a creep. Okay, so obesity rates in the 1930s America were very low, with studies showing childhood obesity rates near 0 to 2% and general populations being significantly similar due to harder physical labor. Somebody said that earlier, and less processed food. Okay. So some early signs of rising overweight trends appeared in the 30s and 40s, particularly among certain groups. It doesn't say what those groups are, though. Is it by ethnicity? A study on birth cohorts from the 1930s show obesity rates starting at near 0% for boys and 2% for girls, though overweight prevalence was higher. Okay, so people were the kids were starting to be overweight, but they weren't obese. The Great Depression meant many struggled for food, but for those with food, being overweight could signify prosperity. Okay. Okay, so interesting. Okay, so when we talked about obesity, we talked about poverty being one of the leading factors for obesity. But 100 years ago or 90 years ago, obesity more so was a sign of prosperity because you had more than others. I think that's an interesting shift. 90 years ago, when our grandparents were here, doing their thing or growing up or whatever, the weight in America amongst men and women, boys and girls were stable. But if you had a little extra oomph, that was not a sign of poverty. That was a sign of abundance. How did we get to a point where now obesity is more so aligned with poverty? How do we get there? How do we get there? Are we saying that poor people had a better diet than the wealthy in the 1930s? Because that don't sound right. While exact national obesity stats are scarce, dietary surveys showed high-income professionals consumed around 3,500 to 3,600 calories daily, far more than the 2,000 to 2,300 for the poor. So wealthier people just ate more. Okay. Because they could afford it. Okay. All right. Okay. Only Hershey's got an unlimited supply because they convinced Congress their chocolate boosted morale. That's what I was thinking about. Boosted morale for soldiers, and it reminded them of home. Okay, yes. And Coca-Cola, I believe, as well. All right. So interesting. Okay, so in the 1930s, we still have the staples of beef and pork and butter. But actually we don't. It reduces to like mostly starch-based beans and potatoes and bread, but the country is not really like seeing a sharp increase in overweight or obesity. All right. So let's skip ahead to the 50s. Let's skip ahead a generation. Let's skip ahead, okay? It still was low, but it was higher than the 1900s, okay? So in the 1950s, US obesity rates were significantly lower than they are now, with studies showing roughly 10 to 13% of adults classified as obese. What would the no. What was the population? What was the population? 179 million. How do we go from 50 years? 50 years, that's roughly 2 generations, 2.5. How do we go from 1900 rare obesity, little to no obesity? How do we go from rare to 10%? 10 to 13%. Okay, so let's say we have 100 adults. In a 50-year span, how do we go from roughly, on average, 1 to 2 adults out of 100 having obesity to 10 to 13 adults? How do we do that? That's like a 10-fold increase. How do we do that? What is happening in the 50s? What has happened? Okay. 25% of Americans deemed clinically overweight or obese by the insurance industry by the early 1950s. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. So let me read this for y'all, because I read a little bit of this earlier, and I was going to introduce this with BMI, but it looks like I have to talk about it now. All right. So let me read this to y'all. Sorry, let me read it for y'all. Okay. So it says, in the 1950s, US obesity rates were significantly lower, with studies showing roughly 10 13% of adults classified as obese, which they have as BMI of less than 30. A stark contrast to today's rates. Okay. Though it was considered a major health concern, with 25% of Americans deemed clinically overweight or obese by the insurance industry by the early 1950s. Okay, so what's happening here is that there's 2 standards for obesity and overweight. There's the original standard where the insurance companies, the health insurance companies, and the life insurance companies are deciding what the life insurance in particular, I think it's the life insurance in particular, because excess or extra body weight is associated with mortality rates, right? And poor health rates. Obviously, if you are at risk for poor health, or if you are at risk to die sooner, your life insurance rates are going to be higher. Your health insurance rates are going to be higher. So the insurance companies had these charts based on quote unquote ideal body weights. What does that mean? I don't know. Ideal body weights. So they had these charts that said different groups of people ideally needed to be within a certain weight range. And if you were above that range, you were at a higher risk, right? That is how they were, determining the standard for overweight and obesity. But when BMI got introduced, there was a second standard, and it wasn't officially adopted as the primary standard until much later. So when we're here in the 50s, you have the BMI, which is greater than 30, classifies you as obese. But then you have the insurance standards, which is ideal body weight, if that makes sense. Okay. Was it because the rich no longer like being fat? I don't know. I'm hoping we will figure out as we go through this how we went from the rich being more associated with obesity because they ate more, to now obesity being associated with poverty. I don't know how that switch happened, but maybe we'll see it coming along. And if I had to guess, I'm going to guess we are going to see this switch around the 70s and 80s. I'm just throwing a random decade out there. I'm going to say the 70s or the 80s. We're going to start to see this flip where, like, your economic status, if it's lower, it's more associated with overweight and obesity. And the wealthy are like slimming down, which I don't know why, but let's see if we can figure it out. Obesity stopped being a status symbol and began shifting toward lower social. How you gonna answer my? How you gonna answer my whole thing, Sunshine? Thank God I made you a moderator because you could run the show. Obesity stopped being a status symbol and began shifting toward lower socioeconomic groups in America during the latter half of the 20th century, especially. Sunshine, you did not have to type out everything that I. You did not have to type out everything that I said as I was saying it, especially from the 1970s onward as food became more abundant. Okay. While historically being heavy signal wealth and access to food with strong negative links between obesity and income emerging by the 1990s. Okay. Okay. So me and Sunshine on the same page, predicting that this shift happens around the 70s. I was saying the 70s because certain things start to happen from that point forward. Like we start to get exercise starts to become more popular, dieting starts to become more popular, diet trends. I think the dietary guidelines maybe come out in the 70s or 80s or something like that. So America is being taught to eat a certain way, but certain processed foods are more directed toward the poor, because they're cheaper. Food becomes cheaper, right? Sunshine, not only is there more of an abundance, but food becomes cheaper. So there's that. So there's a lot happening in the 70s. Also, what's interesting about the 50s and the 60s is this is when the middle class starts to emerge, if I'm not mistaken, right? This is when America, we start to get that middle ground between the haves and the have-nots, because quiet is kept for most of American history. It's the haves and the have-nots. It's the extreme poor and the extreme wealthy. When you get to the 50s and the 60s with all of the, different companies coming up, probably even the 30s, the 20s and 30s with the wars we were in, World War I, World War II. People get the opportunity to make some money and buy some houses, but especially, matter of fact, I think didn't the 70s, wasn't there like an inflation crisis in the 70s or 80s or something like that? But that only matters if people, have money to begin with, for it to be like poor people don't like, not to say that they're not impacted by inflation, because obviously things get more expensive, but like, if you ain't got no money to spend anyway, right? Inflation mostly impacts, families that have the money to spend, and then their money becomes worth less because it's being inflated, right? So we don't need to get into all that, but that was why I was picking the 70s. Okay, people were still mostly normal weight in the 70s. Okay, no, you the smart. No, you the smart. They started blowing their money on blow instead of food. Sidebar: I saw a post on Facebook that was like a meme of a couch being sold on Facebook Marketplace, but it had a Coca-Cola corner in the corner of the couch. So if you have a sectional and you have that middle piece in the corner, that corner was a mirror. It was a glass. It was a mirror, and it was a Coca-Cola corner. This country went through some things with the Coca-Cola. The 70s and the 80s were a strange time in America. Like, when you got to have a Coca-Cola corner built into your furniture, you need Jesus. Okay, I'm not judging. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, get a little bit of saving in your life if you got a Coca-Cola corner in your sofa. Don't do drugs, people. Okay. All right. I remember my mother being in Weight Watchers in the late 70s, but now her weight during that time wouldn't be considered normal. Not overweight. She would be considered normal or wouldn't. The 80s mortgage rates was 12%, which would be high at that time, right? That would be high. I think that would be very high. Okay. So let's continue, right? So in the 50s, let's look at what the staple was. Okay, so the staples in America. We're fastly approaching the 70s, which is the time frame I think everybody wants to talk about, but let's continue. So, oh, that looks nasty. So American food staples in the 1950s centered on comfort food and convenience. Can I ask y'all a question? Should food be comfortable? Comfortable? Oh, would now be considered normal, not overweight. Okay. It says, let me put it on the screen, put it on the screen, put it on the screen. Okay, let me put it on the screen. Okay. It says in the 1950s, the food staples centered on comfort food, convenience, and the rise of home entertaining. Meatloaf, casseroles, jello salads, which sounds nasty, Salisbury steak, beef stroganoff, backyard barbecue staples, burgers and hot dogs, reflecting, this is what I was talking about, newfound prosperity and the shift to suburban living. This is the middle class being built right before our eyes, okay? We don't just have rural and urban, okay? The haves and the have-nots. We're getting that middle class of people that can afford comfortable lifestyles, but they're not quite wealthy, but they're way well off. They're way more well off than the impoverished, okay? Canned goods and packaged mixes became essential for quick classic dishes. Um, you know what's also reflected about this? Women ain't trying to be in the kitchen cooking all day no more at this time. Hello? Ask your grandmas. Women was probably like, you gonna get this Salisbury steak and sit in front of this TV and be happy. Or it was like, we have money, we're gonna have a Salisbury steak. Like y'all know the term they thought they ate, or she thought she ate, or he thought he ate, they thought they ate, they thought they did that. I think, okay, let me read this again. This is my theory. It says American food staples in the 1950s centered on comfort food, convenience, and the rise of home entertaining with meatloaf, casseroles, jello salads, Salisbury steaks, beef stroganoff, burgers, and hot dogs. Do you know what I hear? I hear they thought they ate. They thought they was doing the damn thing with that jello salad. Susie, Karen, Brenda, whatever. They thought they ate with that jello salad and that beef stroganoff. Like I know it had to have been at this time as the middle class is growing. And listen, it just is what it is. This is America. The white middle class grew faster than any other demographic in the country because of discrimination. Okay, right? Not to be dismissive of it, but that's just the reality. So you know, like they thought they ate with them jello salads. And when I say they, I mean middle class Americans. They just so happen to be white. Like whatever. Like, I mean, there, some black people were in the middle class at this time too. But we're talking about American staples here. So the American middle class, I don't think the poor people, whether they were poor whites, poor Asians, poor blacks, poor Hispanics, whatever, poor white Europeans, right? I don't think they were eating Jello salad. I don't think they were. I don't think they were. Check your email for a recent article about the changes that might be made to determine whether people are overweight. Oh, okay. We'll go over that. Remind me before we end the stream. Sydney. Okay. Meatloaf, beef stroganoff, Salisbury steak, chicken, okay, pineapple, okay. They still talk about, I think AI is getting this one wrong because they still talk about that pineapple upside down cake in 1950. No, what were the snacks? What were the snacks? Are Oreos here yet? I've been waiting for Oreos to make an appearance. Okay, snacks. Okay. I want snacks. Where are the Cheetos and the Oreos? I need to know. Okay. So we got popcorn, peanut butter sandwich. Y'all have that in 1900? When was peanut butter invented? Let me pull up another page. When was peanut butter invented? Late 19th century, in the 1880s. So why is peanut butter sandwich just becoming a snack food in 1950s? I think AI is misleading me here. Okay. Homemade cookies, Ritz crackers, Pixie sticks, period. I love a Pixie stick. Peeps, Cheese Whiz, Trick cereal. This is all whack. Where are all the good snacks at? Where are all the good snacks? These are whack. These are whack. I don't dig this. I don't dig this at all. But you know what? You know what? People can still eat this diet, and for the most part, the country is not exploding with obesity. Okay, so they can eat their snacks, they can eat their little cakes and candy, chocolate bars and popsicles and all that, and the little peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Like, so here's the thing. You know what's interesting about this? So we've now done 50 years, right? We've now done 50 years of the American diet, the first 50 years of the 20th century. And you know how now it's very popular to say, get rid of the bread, get rid of the sugar, get rid of the carbs, all of that to lose the weight, right? There was a whole run in the past 10 years, 12 years, where it was like, get it all out of the diet. Well, for the first 50 years of the 20th century, particularly 30 years between 1920 and 1950, they're eating bread, they're eating sugar, they're drinking sugar. There's no obesity explosion. It's ticking up. It's ticking up. But there's no like real like sharp increase in obesity. Okay. So grandma got to have, a Twinkie or a pineapple upside down cake. Grandma got to have a jello, what was it? A jello pie? What was the jello cake? I don't know. Fruit cake? I don't know. Grandpa got to have his beef stroganoff and TV dinner. And some of y'all was probably eating it. Nah, I don't think y'all were born in the 50s. I don't think. But y'all can let me know. Y'all can let me know. Okay? Jello salad, that's what it was. I said jello cake, jello pie. Okay. Sunshine says, great discussion. Okay, thank you, Sunshine, with your hair swinging in the wind. I love your hair. Okay, Oreos came out early 1900s, but I'm not seeing, AI is pissing me off because like where are even the Doritos? I think the Doritos came out before the 1950s. Like where the good snacks at? Where the good snacks at? But none of these foods were what they are now. So what does that mean? You mean the snack foods or the actual foods, the staples? What are you talking about? Tupperware parties with Jello salad. Peanut butter was just ground peanuts with salt. Now it has 20 ingredients. Damn, my peanut butter is in the car because I'm a house sitter. I travel with certain staples. I travel with peanut butter. I travel with spices. I travel with rice. My peanut butter is in the car. Actually, I can look it up. Is it Smucker's that I have? Smucker's creamy peanut butter ingredients. Let's see. Smucker's creamy peanut butter contains just 2 simple ingredients: roasted peanuts and a dash of salt. So I don't know, Delilah. There might be some peanut butters. What's in Jiffy? What's in Jiffy? Or is it Jif? Is it Jif? It's Jif. Ooh, don't eat that. Sidebar. 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 Don't eat Jif, okay? Do not eat that. I looked up Smucker's and it was peanut butter. It was peanuts and salt. It was peanuts and salt. But I looked up Jif. It's peanuts, sugar, molasses, hydrogenated vegetable oils, mono and diglycerides, and salt. Why do you need sugar and molasses? Why do you need sugar and molasses? And why do you need fully hydrogenated vegetable oils? Mono and diglycerides? And a little bit of salt, a little pinch, a little piece of salt, a little piece of salt. Don't eat that. 50s are the boomers. I think so. My mom wasn't even born in the 50s, much less me. Oh, you got a young mom? My mom was born in 54. My dad was born in 56. I got old dad. I wasn't even an egg yet. My mother was not born yet. Oh, am I the only one that had an older mom? Whatever, guys. That's why I have such an old spirit. That's why my spirit is much older than you guys, because I have an older mom. Well, older parents, I should say. They didn't overeat because they satisfied themselves with alcohol and smoking cigarettes. Period. Pooh, does smoking cigarettes curb your appetite? Does anybody know? Because I actually don't know the answer to that. You have to look for regular ones, not natural, quote unquote natural. Why you gotta put quote unquote natural when the dang Smuckers says peanuts and salt? That's about as natural as it's going to get. You said peanuts and salt, so it ain't quote unquote natural. It is. Jiffy is the cornbread box. You're right. You're right. Okay, you're right. My dad was born in 54. Okay. See, these companies had excess byproducts and tried to figure out how to make more money, adding food with, oh yeah, that I know. Like Crisco. Crisco is, if I'm not mistaken, is like some type of byproduct of machinery. It's like some nasty oil gunk that's like left over, and they turned it into food. Edible. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so anyway, all right, so let's continue. I'm not seeing none of the good snacks. Okay, I'm not seeing none of the good snacks. But I still don't feel like this is an obesity diet. Okay, so before we move on to the 60s and 70s, we've gone from 1900 to 1950s, right? Yes, as you know, the country starts to grow. There's more people to feed and there's more ways to feed them, right? The companies are innovating. So let me ask y'all a couple of questions before we move on. How many think, now listen, don't be biased about how we feel about these things today. Think about the time period. In 1900, they got beef and pork and some beans and potatoes and maybe a little bit of watermelon if you're nasty seasonally, okay? That's what they got going on, right? But then you get to the 50s and you have all of these different packaged foods and refrigeration and convenience meals and all of that. Okay. So how many of y'all think this level of innovation was productive for that time period? Frozen meals, packaged meals, oven ready meals. Do y'all think this was this do y'all think that was productive for that time to make food easier to prepare and more readily available, which means you can feed more people? Oh yes, my peanut butter does separate. I just take a spoon and I mix it. I just mix it in. People, it is hard work though. Like when you're first opening a jar of Smuckers and all of the oil is on top, it's a lot of work to get a good consistency. It is. But okay. Um, so I think the Great Depression is what started the poor gaining weight and the rich just stayed regular. Some meat on them, but not chunky. Okay. Yes, no bacon hate over here. I love a BLT. Listen, I've proven my point about bacon. Okay. I've proven my point about bacon. All right. So Granny was eating bacon and Granny was counting calories. Y'all grannies wasn't, but somebody's grannies was in America. Okay. So I cannot have any type of nut butter around. I will eat the entire jar. I have had a jar of Smuckers in my car for like a month because I know the amount of work, arm work I'm gonna have to put in when I open it to because it separates. It comes separated. I know the amount of work I'm gonna have to put in to like, oh my God, and I've just been dreading it. So the jar has remained unopened. Okay, so what do we feel about going from 1900 to 1950, the level of processing in the food? Is this an obesity diet? Is this an unhealthy diet? I would like to move on to the 60s and 70s, but I need y'all to let me know, is this it? So our parents, now we're at our parents' generation, right? For those of us that had parents in the 50s, Was our parents, did they have an unhealthy diet? What do y'all think? And I did not have, my parents were not obese or overweight as children. And I don't think my grandparents were either. As far as I can tell, they were not obese. So my grandmother was born in the 30s and my dad was born in the 50s. So do we think our parents had a healthy diet, even though they might have had a little Salisbury steak, a little bit of little. Actually, let me do you one better. How many of y'all had parents that grew up poor? Let's see. What was the poor? What was the American diet for? Do I want to say impoverished or poor? For low income. Okay. Beans, bread, potatoes. They still eating like it's the 30s. Government provided powdered milk, supplemented with Spam, hot dogs, convenient with canned goods, soup, vegetables, cookies, cakes. So while the middle class is doing it up with the fruit salad, fruit cake, fruit pie, jello pie, jello cake, and Salisbury steak. So while the middle class is doing it up with the Salisbury steak and the jello cake, jello salad, I can't remember the name of it for nothing. It looked nasty though. We got the lower income families having powdered milk, hot dogs, beans, potatoes. So the poor people are eating like it's still the 1930s. Like the poor people are still on the 1930s American diet as the middle class gets to enjoy, like come up and enjoy some of the more convenience foods. Okay. All right. Bread, potatoes, spam, sausages, cakes, breads, casseroles, tuna, potatoes, grilled cheese sandwiches. All right. I'm going to say this is not an obesity diet. So it doesn't seem like no particular demographic of people is obese yet. Like, yeah, the rates of overweight are increasing, but it doesn't seem like obesity is a problem yet. All right. Okay. So let's go with American diet staples. Do we want to do let's go with 70s because some of y'all said y'all parents were born in the 60s. So let's go the first decade into what they would have been eating. 70s. No, let's do 1970. Sorry for the banging. My dad's family was poor, according to him. They ate lots of beans and biscuits. Chicken was the main meat. That sounds about right for what I just read. Okay. Now I have to pull a bacon pack out of my freezer. Are you gonna make it now? I'm in favor of making it right now. I like PM bacon. I like nighttime bacon. I like bacon any time of day. Okay. So 1970s centered on home cooked meals with an emphasis on red meat, potatoes, and convenience foods like casseroles and canned goods. You know what's not mentioned in here? There was a time in America, I forget which decade it was, where Americans shied away from beef for a while because of a fictional book that was written about America's beef processing plants. It scared Americans out of eating beef for quite some time. So the beef and dairy industry had to go on a very huge campaign to get Americans to eat beef again. All right. Okay. So let's see. Okay, no, let's I need a different source because AI, I feel like now is just saying the same thing that it said for the decade prior, but I want to see if there's a different source that gives me what is this? Eating like it's the 1970s showed me the madness of our diet. Okay, let's see what this person is talking about. Let's see. No. Um When I place 75 grams of cooked pasta in triangles on my portion control plate, I can't believe how small they are. Last week diet, I would love to treat myself to a whole plate. No, this is not going to be a good source. Let's see what they said on Reddit. I was a kid in the 70s, born in 1970. Eating out was very rare. We ate at restaurants only for special occasions. Hashtag 2026. That's my plan. Even McDonald's or Burger King was a rare treat. You know what? We haven't mentioned fast food at all. Andrew was here the last show. Nothing happened to him. You just don't be in a chat journey of life. This whole time, fast food has not been mentioned. We have not mentioned McDonald's once. So I'm going to assume fast food around, but people were just kind of eating it as a treat, right? It wasn't like an everyday thing. Do y'all know if y'all parents ate fast food? So did they eat McDonald's? But because by the 50s, McDonald's is around. It has to be, I think. Do y'all know if y'all parents ate fast food? My mom's family had means, but grandma cooked homemade meals daily. Steaks and lots of seafood were included in her diet. But it doesn't sound like yet anybody had like overweight or obese parents. And now we're in the 50s. Or no, now we're in the 70s. Fast food was a treat. Can y'all imagine that in 2025? Well, 2026 now, fast food being a treat versus like a everyday thing. How many of you know people or yourself that have eaten fast food daily at some point in their life? I definitely have. I have had points in my life more often than I would care to admit where fast food was a daily occurrence. Home cooked meals 99% of the time. That is definitely not how I grew up. No, that is definitely not how I grew up. Never fast food for breakfast. That I wonder if that's like a 2000 thing, or did that start like in the 80s, 70s? Like when did that start? Like getting a bagel or a breakfast sandwich for breakfast. Like when did that start? We might have to do a live stream where you guys come up and talk about how it was eating for you when you were younger. Because me, I think I'm the youngest person on this channel other than Andrew. But I think my eating as a child will be very different. One, because of the generation I was born in, but also because of the economic status that I was born into. A McDonald's breakfast sandwich, never. Okay, all right. So the 70s was different. So this person says in the portion sizes, born in 69, when my brother and I had one afternoon snack, we shared a 12-ounce Coke and a serving of a snack, small pile of chips or 2 cookies each. No grazing. When did the grazing start? No 20 ounces, no liters, except for a party, rare fast food. No big gulps. We didn't drink anything between meals except water. No sippy cups or juice pouches just because we were in the car. No Gatorade just because we were outdoors. Cars didn't need cup holders. That's tea. You didn't eat or drink in a car. Hashtag 2026. Okay, so basically, the whole plan I came up with is me being on my 1970s vibe, and I didn't even know it. Like no eating in the car. Fast food is a treat. Okay, no drinking in between meals unless it's water. I didn't know I was on my 1970s girly vibe. I didn't know that. Now people feed fast food to their children almost as soon as they start eating. Crazy. Poor kids will be suffering from malnutrition and they'll be fat. You know what's interesting about that? When they were creating the dietary guidelines, they insisted that poor people were not malnutrition because they were overweight. They didn't understand that excess body fat does not mean you're like, it's not a sign of health. Like that's clearly not a sign. You can be malnutrition and overweight, but they didn't understand that at the time because the people that created dietary guidelines weren't doctors or scientists. So mine didn't. It was too expensive. Just beans, tortillas, backyard slaughtered chicken. Okay. So that was fast food. They didn't eat fast food very often. Okay. Um, I was born in the 60s. Yes to processed food, no to snacks and junk food and sodas. Rarely ate out, and the number of snacks sticks out to me. There was usually one snack per day. Where the parents at? Where the parents at? Where the parents at? How many of y'all only giving y'all kid one snack a day? Or when your kids were kids, if you have kids, or your grandkids, or your nieces and nephews. How many of y'all know kids that only get one snack per day? These kids would lose their these kids would lose it. They would lose it. How many of y'all? I'll wait. I'm gonna keep reading. I'll wait. One snack per day, and that was after I got home from school. Other than that, it was breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 3 meals per day, no snacks. And that snack was frequently a box of raisins. That is not a snack. There wasn't around a lot of sitting around the house either, so no opportunity to grab more snacks. Okay, so I was born in 65, grew up in SoCal. Fresh fruit and vegetables were a part of life. Okay. Rarely had fast food in the 70s. All meals were cooked at home or eaten at school. Food cooked from scratch. We never had things like Hamburger Helper or TV dinners. They were too expensive. This is what I'm saying. This is okay. So this is interesting. Okay, so look. This is what I'm saying, right? So the convenience foods. Remember, when we looked at the 50s, they said, "Oh, there's this shift toward convenience foods and Salisbury steaks and blah 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 blah." Right? And I said, "Yeah, they thought they ate with them convenience foods." This is what I'm talking about. This person says that Hamburger Helper was too expensive. So the processed foods were too expensive. So it was still cheaper to make a home cooked meal. We didn't get sugary cereal or white bread on a regular. We only had sodas when we had a birthday party. Prepackaged snacks were not in the home. They were special treats. Typically we got a soft serve cone from Tasty Freeze. Okay. Even fat kids in the 70s weren't that fat. We were much more active. Okay. Difference in activity level is huge. TV dinners and chips were prevalent. It was the era of processed foods. I think people ate out a lot less in general, including fast food. The obesity epidemic was a result of big sugar demonizing fat to get themselves off the hook. I would agree. Turns out low fat, high sugar is bad. Yes. Fat is fine. 50 years of being wrong, food pyramid, and all hurt us. Very good comment. Okay. A lot of young people do not seem to believe me when I tell them I don't even need all of my fingers to count the number of times we would eat out in a year. Wow. Including fast food, takeout, delivery, ordering. Eating out was not a regular occurrence and was only done for special occasions in my working class family. I do not think that the increase in eating out and the skewed portion sizes that come with eating out is definitely a factor, or I do think is definitely a factor in obesity rates of today. Okay. Someone else mentioned that their mom ate French fries every day for lunch in the 70s, but I will bet you money that her serving of fries was the size of a kid's fries at McDonald's today. Bars. Now that's bars. That is bars. Someone said their mom ate French fries every day for lunch, but I bet they were the size of a kid-sized fry today. Portion sizes, people were eating too much. None, more than 2 snacks for the kids. We didn't have snacks, only meals. We sometimes had dessert on the weekends. Now you can get TV dinners, three for $10. I don't know what supermarket you going to. They be like $10 a piece, sunshine. I live off a cup of noodles at McDonald's. Those things don't even go together, journey of life. Listen, okay. I love Reddit. These Reddit threads to be lit. Okay, so I actually worked at a McDonald's in the early 90s when I was in high school, and even the kids' meals back then were smaller than the kids' meals of today. Oh my gosh. Smoking is an appetite suppressant. There's the answer to my question. Sydney gave it to me earlier. High sugar intake and people not smoking. Whoever told you that the 1970s diet was less processed food and less junk food was lying. Oh, the 70s was the era of whip it up quick from a box, hamburger helper, introduced 1971. Hungry man dinners, 1973. I suspect the average household eats less processed food today than they did in the 70s. Okay, before we move on to the 80s and 90s, who agrees with this? And we got to look at the obesity rate in the 1970s as well. Listen to this person's comment. Listen to this person's comment and let me know if y'all agree with this, okay? Like the stream if you haven't already. It says, whoever told you that the 1970s diet was less processed food and less junk food was lying. The 70s was the era of whip it up quick from a box. Hamburger helper, introduced 1971. Swanson Hungry Man dinners, introduced 1973. I suspect the average household eats less processed food today than they did in the 70s. Who agrees with that? Because that's an interesting point, but I don't know how accurate that is because I wasn't born yet. Does the increase of processed foods mean that it's possible that people were eating more processed foods in the 70s? That's gonna is it possible that people were eating more processed foods in the 70s than they do today? Riddle me that. Because I have a follow-up question. I have a follow-up question to that. Because if that is true, I don't think it's true the way this person thinks it's true. I would suspect the variety, not even the variety, I wouldn't even say it like that. Okay. The popularity, okay? The popularity of processed food was probably higher in the 70s because it was newer, okay? Because it was newer. And if the portion sizes are smaller, the frequency is less. Does it matter that processed food is more popular because it's more convenient in the 70s? Does it even matter? Does it even matter if a McDonald's fry in the 70s is fried in beef tallow, right? Not seed oils potentially. I don't think at that time it was seed oils. But let's say it's fried in beef tallow and it's about the size of a kid's fry today or smaller. If the kids aren't eating snacks in between their meals, and if they do have a snack, it's one snack per day. If the poor people aren't even, or even some of the working class people aren't even eating the super processed foods because they're so new and so expensive, so it's more so reserved for that middle class. I wouldn't even say wealthy. I'd say middle class for the more processed foods. So is it that people ate more processed food in the 70s than they do now, or is it that it was just more popular but they weren't necessarily eating more of it? Like it was coming out quicker, it was newer, it was more convenient, so people were trying to get their hands on it, but eating more processed food. Y'all think we eat less processed food now than in the 70s? I don't know. But I'm willing to bet that even if that's true, it's irrelevant because the portion sizes were smaller. And maybe there was less sugar. And maybe the ingredients were different. Depends on the house. I was born in the 70s, never had hamburger helper or TV dinners. I definitely eat more processed foods now. So the people on this Reddit thread are mostly saying they were born in the 60s. So they were eating these foods in the 70s. That's why I skipped the 60s, because I wanted to get to this, because most people aren't going to be talking about what they were eating when they were 4 or 5 years old, but they will talk about what they were eating when they were like 12, 13, 14, 15, right? 10 through 15. So that's why I wanted to skip ahead. I want to know what the people that were born in like the 60s were eating in the 70s, right? So that's why I did it that way. they hadn't yet figured out how to super mass produce it for less by adding more filler and sugar to make it less expensive to produce. I would agree with that. I don't know if that's accurate because I don't have the dates and the timeline, but I would go out on a limb and agree with that. The processed foods were not full of sugar. I'll do you one better. The processed foods did not become full of sugar. Remember, I was asking you, how is it that between 1900 and 1950, our grandparents and great grandparents are eating bread, sugar, they're drinking sugar, all of that? How are they doing all of that and not exploding with obesity? The answer is probably the amount, the frequency, and the ingredients. They didn't eat it as often. The ingredients were less of a variety and less garbage. And there probably wasn't a significant amount of sugar in there. And the reason why I say that is because when the dietary guidelines came out, they were based around, hey, heart disease is exploding across America. Ansel Keys, BMI inventor, okay, creator, term coiner, he's doing this whole other research on heart disease, and he's telling the American people and the American officials, hey, everybody, I did this research. I went to this country and that country and that country, and the countries that have the least amount of heart disease eat the least amount of fat in their diet. So it's the fat in the diet that's causing all this heart disease. If you're finding cholesterol in the arteries, it's because it's cholesterol in the food. So we got to lower the fat. We got to lower the cholesterol. They remove the fat from the processed foods and dump in the sugar, because this happened somewhere between the 70s and the 80s. Because when you take the fat out of the processed food, it tastes nasty. So you have to do something about the texture and the flavor. So they dump in the sugar and the fillers. Okay. This happened somewhere between the 70s and 80s. So fat becomes demonized and sugar is deemed safe. They even say it. When I say they, I mean public health officials. Sugar is not dangerous. Now, this was all a scheme somebody said it earlier in the threads. This was all a scheme about by Big Sugar, right? Big Tobacco did it too, but Big Tobacco got caught. Big Tobacco was lying to the people and hiding the fact that cigarettes were causing heart attacks, right? Big Tobacco got caught, and there was a lot of regulation around cigarette smoking. Big Sugar still has not been caught to this day, or I should say held accountable. Big Sugar has not been held accountable for the health of the American public to this very day. But there was a shift in the American diet, and that's where we're approaching when we hit the 70s and the 80s. There was a shift where the processed food went from went from being processed, okay, which is bad enough. But there was a point where the shift happened where they took all the fat out of the food and remember, this is where you get your low fat snacks, right? This is where snacking becomes incredibly popular. You get a surge in processed foods that are promoting low fat, low cholesterol, low this, low that. Don't eat the bacon, it's going to kill you. Don't eat the egg yolks, it's going to kill you. And dump in the sugar. Eat as much sugar as you want. Quite literally eat as much sugar as you want, okay? So the wheat still had nutrients and no preservatives in them. They also made them homemade. Okay, so there was a wheat became genetically modified, right? So when was dwarf wheat invented? The 40s and 50s. Okay. So we skipped this part in the 40s and 50s. The thing about wheat, okay? Genetically modifying wheat essentially fed the world. This started happening in the 40s and 50s, right? So some scientists figured out how to grow wheat in a particular way to make the plant more short and stocky so that it doesn't fall over. I think wheat is naturally like a top heavy plant, and it can fall over and break and rot and stuff like that. So he discovered a way to make the wheat shorter and more stocky so that they, will grow and last longer so that they can be how do you say, not produced, but so that they weren't expiring as quickly. And you can make more of it. You can make more of it faster. So genetically modified wheat, the processing of the wheat, it started to happen faster due to innovation. And that's also how you get more and more of these packaged products as well. Okay. Yeah, red vines, licorice, fat free, right on the front label. Fat free, fat. That's why I was asking earlier in the stream, who was on the fat free wave? Who didn't eat egg yolks, only ate egg whites? This happened later. I can't believe it's not butter. Okay, low fat this, diet coke that. Like who fat free this, fat free that, low fat, low fat. The low fat craze was going on for like 40 years. I think we're on the other side of it now, but if you ask people in their 60s, they're still going to believe that like you shouldn't be eating a ton of fat. You know, but they'll eat a cookie. Okay? So, let's see, all right? So my mom worked and she despised cooking. I said that, but I said that about the 50s. They're talking about this about the 70s, so maybe I was 20 years too early. So my mom worked and she despised cooking. We were raised by Betty Crocker, Duncan, Uncle Ben, Mrs. Paul back in the 70s. Lots of margarine, tasteless white bread too. It was not a healthy diet. And as an adult, I cooked from scratch. It was expensive. We never had box food until the 80s. We did not eat TV dinners at all. We were poor. Everything was cooked from scratch. So even in the 70s, the poor people are cooking from scratch. They can't afford the hamburger helper. They can't afford the TV dinners. That is interesting. Let's look at the obesity rate, okay? I think the 70s is the most interesting decade so far that we've covered. Okay, so let's see obesity rate America 1970. Okay, so the US obesity rate for adults was around 15%, a significant increase from the 60s, but a fraction of today's rate. While childhood obesity was around 5 to 5.5%. So we're seeing an increase because in the 30s, it was only 0 to 2%. And now a generation later, it's 5 to 5%. In the 30s, the obesity rate was around 10%, and now a generation later, it's 15%. These figures show a stable period. Setting the stage for a major rise in the coming decades. These figures show a stable period followed by a sharp upward trend with rates more than tripling by the 2000s. Okay, so let's see. Can we see this? No, y'all not gonna be able to see that. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still showing y'all the Reddit thread. My bad. Hold on. Let me go back. Wait, hold on. One more. This person says, I don't have a single salad recipe from my grandma that didn't involve a packet of Jello. Nasty, grandma. That's nasty. That's nasty, grandma. Okay, gross. Not your grandma giving you salad recipes that include Jello. Okay, so the obesity rate. So now we're at 15. So clearly the obesity rate is climbing in the United States of America. Can we prove that it's the food supply? No, but what else could it be? Is it the fat? Is it the sugar? At this point, America is thoroughly convinced it's the fat and not the sugar. Big sugar pretty much gets away scot free as far as accountability for the obesity rate. All right. Now let's see calorie counting in 1970. Are people counting calories? Now most of y'all are born by 1970. Come on now. Were y'all counting calories? Okay. In the 1970s, calorie counting was a popular method for weight loss, often using simple tools like recipe cards with calorie breakdowns and government guidelines for daily intake around 1,600 to 2,200 calories. But overall consumption was lower than today. How it worked, 1970 style. Recipe cards, basic tracking. People manually calculated calories for food like eggs. That sounds like too much work. Focus on moderation. The message is about moving more and eating less. Okay. More carbs, less processed. While calorie counts were key, carbohydrates started increasing, especially from flour, cereal, and added fats. Even as meals were generally less processed than now. Okay. Calorie counting for weight loss gained traction in the early 20th century. We saw the book was written in 1918, placing responsibility on individual eating habits, says Oxford Research Encyclopedias. By the 1970s, it was a widespread method, but the increased availability of calories, especially from carbs and fats, contributed to rising obesity rates despite these efforts. Even then, they're not mentioning sugar. Okay, I remember crushing fat-free Snackwell cookies in the early 90s. I lost weight after having my son by walking and eating no more than 20 grams of fat per day. Oh, you wasn't born in the 70s? Oh my God, Delilah, you're so young. Oh God, you're so young. Okay. Why does either keep adding itself in? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. So when were the dietary guidelines created? Okay. When were the dietary published? What? No. Not 2026. Oops. 1980. Okay, so let's look at the diet for the 80s, okay? It was in 1980. So let's not skip the 80s. Okay, so American diet staples 1980. Tuna noodle casserole. I'm sorry. Okay. This is it. We've reached the point. I'm sorry. Because I've been asking up until this point, like, not really asking, but really saying, like, I don't really see this as a horrible diet. I don't see this as a bad diet. No, this is a bad diet. By the 80s, the American diet is shot. Okay. Does anybody agree? Or had it been shot for the past 30 years at this point? At what point was I'm saying the 80s. By the 80s, it's official. The American diet is shot. That's it. Are you referring to the food pyramid? I don't know if they came out around the same time. Let's see. Let me go back. So the dietary guidelines for Americans were first released in 1980 by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and HHS, establishing a regular cycle for updates. The first edition was published, providing initial guidance on diet and health. Okay, so let's see. Diet. I think the food pyramid was later. Dietary guide. Damn. 1980. Let's see if we can see what it says. Let's see if we can see what it says. Okay. Nutrition and your health. Dietary guidelines for Americans. Number 1, eat a variety of foods. Okay. If I eat cereal, Twinkies, McDonald's, and ice cream, that's a variety. That doesn't really tell me much. Maintain ideal weight. What is that? You know what they mean by ideal weight? They're talking about those insurance charts that I told you about, the health and the life insurance charts that just decided what the ideal weight was. Okay. All right. Maintain ideal weight. Okay. Avoid too much fat, saturated fat, and cholesterol. Ding, 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 ding. This is all Ansel Keys right here. This is the BMI dummy. This is his doing. Too much fat, cholesterol, saturated. This is his doing. Okay. This is him. This is his research. Mind you, when he first started this research, think about it, right? Think about it. In 1900 and in the 1920s, Americans had no problem eating fat. No, it was not a thought. When Ansel Keys did his research and came back and said, wait a minute, fat is the problem, people didn't take him seriously. For some odd reason, he kept drilling and drilling and drilling and drilling until they finally listened to him. One of our presidents in like the early 1900s, was it Wilson? Was it Roosevelt? One of them had a heart attack and the country panicked, okay? One of them had a heart attack and he had heart disease and they panicked and they didn't know what was causing heart disease. So then they started taking Ansel Keys seriously in his research, okay? It was hysteria. That's what the hell it was. Let's continue. Okay. Avoid too much fat, saturated fat, and cholesterol. So don't eat egg yolks. Don't eat egg yolks. Don't eat bacon. Eat food with adequate starch and fiber. I'm sorry. Journey of life? What you mean you 22? Are you trolling me? You're trolling me, right? Don't play with me, Journey of Life. Cause I'm a little I can't tell if you're playing with me or not. Okay, can we address this? This is what Americans were being told in 1980, in the 1980s. Don't eat saturated fat and cholesterol, but eat adequate starch and fiber. Do you know what that means? That means eat rice, potatoes, pasta, and bread. And then the fiber comes from, you can say wheat bread, but produce, right? That's where your fiber comes from. Are these adequate guidelines? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Avoid too much sugar. You know what? I did not know they put that in there. What do you think, Delilah? They did put in the guidelines avoid too much sugar, avoid too much sodium, but they don't say what too much is though with the sugar. If you drink alcohol, do so in moderation. Nutrition and your health, the dietary guidelines for Americans. What should you eat to stay healthy? Hardly a day goes by without someone trying to answer that question. Newspapers, magazines, books, radio, and television give us a lot of advice, but about what foods we should or should not eat. Unfortunately, much of this advice is confusing. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so heart attacks, high blood pressure, strokes, dental caries, which is cavities, diabetes, they probably mean type 2, and some forms of cancer. The roles of specific nutrients have not been defined. Blah, blah, blah. The guidelines below are suggested for most Americans. They do not apply to people who need special diets because of disease or conditions that interfere with normal nutrition. These people may require special instruction from trained dietitians in consultation with their own physicians. Okay. All right. So let's continue. From each of several major groups. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm probably missed something. Okay, we read that part. Oh, okay. Health. Wait, well, hold on. Is this a continuation? Oh, I see. I'm supposed to continue down the left. Okay, I'm like, why do I not know how to read this page where there's like 2 columns, but I think it's 2 pages. Okay. Eat a variety of food. You need about 40 different nutrients to stay healthy, vitamins and minerals, blah, 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 blah. So they do say you need essential fatty acids from vegetable. Oh shit, I lost the page. God damn it. Hold on. Essential fatty acid from vegetable oils. It says animal fats too, but vegetable oils. Okay. They're telling you to diversify your food. I don't know. I don't know if we need we don't need vegetable oils. Okay. Okay, so normally most babies do not need solid foods until they are 3 to 6 months old. Parents, you tell me, I don't know. At that time, other foods can be introduced. Prolonged breast or bottle feeding without solid foods or supplemental iron can result in iron deficiency. You should not add salt or sugar to the baby's foods. Baby's food has salt and sugar today. It sure does. To assure your baby an adequate diet, breastfeed unless there are special problems. I wonder if they'd say that today. Because I feel like breastfeeding is more so discouraged, but that should be the opposite. Like it should be encouraged. Okay. Suggested body weights. Oh, Where does this come from? They don't say. So 5'3", 112. No, that's men. Whoa. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I took it off the screen. Hold on. Hold on. Let me share my screen again. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Range of acceptable weight and height. Suggested body weights. Where did they even get this from? So I'm 5'3", 105 to 134 pounds. That is not the same as today. 5'6", 5'7", 114 to 146. 5'7", 118 to 150. Wow. 5'2", 102 to 131. Eat slowly, prepare smaller portions, avoid seconds. If you have high blood cholesterol level, you have a greater chance of having a heart attack. We know now that that's not true because there are two types of cholesterol. One is essentially a good, safe cholesterol, and the other one is less safe. Other factors can increase your risk of heart attack, high blood pressure, and cigarette smoking. Yes. Okay. Eat foods with adequate starch and fiber. Major sources of energy are carbohydrates and fats. If you limit your fat intake, you should increase your calories and carbohydrates. Avoid too much sugar, but they don't say how much is too much. Okay, well, hold on. You said with that chart, Jen is in a healthy weight range per the 1980s, but where did they get those numbers from? The government really did us. You know what? I was just about to ask, who do y'all think wrote these guidelines? Because didn't no scientists write this? Damn near politicians wrote this. Whatever. The government really did us dirty, not just being blunt about the facts of fat and sugar. And the only people who suffered was the youth of the 80s and up. Listen. Oh, God. I think that the information that we have now, one is a resort of the internet, right? So easier access to information. But you have to consider that in the 80s, people aren't just Googling stuff, right? I don't even know if Google's around in the 80s. But if it is, people aren't necessarily just at the tip of their fingers having access to the internet to look up a lot of this information, okay? So the downside to this is that the people are trusting the government to tell them how to eat. Do y'all think it's the US government's place to teach or guide the American people into healthy eating? Because my question would be, what the hell does the government know about health and healthy eating? That would be my question. What do they know about it? That's why I said my mom went to Weight Watchers in the late 70s. Her weight then wouldn't be considered overweight now. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how they got those numbers. You know, these standards change. And it seems like they only changed about 10 pounds from then to now. Because it said for me, 103, it said for 5'3" woman, it said 102 to 131, whereas now it says something like 115 to 140. So that's about a 10 pound, 15 pound difference. They cared more about their pockets. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I just don't think the US I don't think the US government is where I care to get my nutritional information from. One more thing to look at before we start wrapping up, okay? Because we're already past the 3-hour mark, so we're not going to get into BMI today. All right. So one more thing. Let's just look at the food pyramid real quick. Let's look at the food pyramid. Food pyramid 1990. Hmm. Wikipedia. Wikipedia. So how many people think the government got the food pyramid right? Nobody thinks that. I know y'all don't think that. Um, they still do. Look at the price of ZEPBOUND, and the government won't cover the cost. The government is poor. Here's my stance on the government and GLP ones. The government is very poor. Okay, this country is poor. The government does not have money. The government doesn't have a job. They don't produce income, right? Their income comes from taxes. So us working and then paying their salaries, but not only paying their salaries, but taking the rest of the the rest of the taxes and distributing it for public services and defense and all of that. The government is poor, okay? Very poor. Country is $30 trillion in debt. The other part of the money comes from printing it out of thin air, typing numbers on a computer and making numbers appear like stimulus checks, which cause inflation, right? Like if you just poof, create money out of thin air, then you're going to change the price of everything that money is spent on. And the third way, I said there was two ways, but the third way is that they borrow it, okay? They borrow it from other country. These are, I think these would be bonds, right? Like you loan money to the government when you buy a bond and the government agrees to pay it back with interest. The government is poor. Okay, they don't have no money, right? But because we essentially live in a welfare state, not to be offensive to anyone, my family grew up on welfare, whatever, it is what it is. We live in a welfare state. And there are a lot of public services that the US government has committed to, so much so that like people rely on them so they can't just undo it. Yes, there are health related there's health insurance that's based on that's public or government based that they have to supply because they've already committed to it. So when we talk about the government paying for ZEPBOUND, they can't because they're poor. Okay. It's not funny. I want people to have access to life-saving medications, but our government is poor. They don't make no money. They tax, they borrow, and they print. Okay. So if we want the government to cover ZEPBOUND for the less fortunate, then we have to agree to pay higher taxes. Well, we don't have to agree. They could just raise it. They could just raise it. We don't have to agree. But they could print the money, which they're not going to do. They could borrow the money. If they do, they're not going to pay for ZEPBOUND with it. Or they could tax it, which I think they are doing because I'm pretty sure taxes are going up. They're still not going to pay for ZEPBOUND, okay? So it is what it is. They broke V. Hey, Andrew. Welcome to the Free Labor Club. Andrew, I made you a moderator. Thank you for all of your continued support. Make sure you check in with Jen for your union papers, okay? Your union card. You are now Jen is a little Jen I think might have fell asleep or went to work or left or something, but Sydney is HR. Sydney is here. Sydney will get you all together. All right. Happy New Year. All right. Yes, the government can control the price if they really wanted to. That's communism. We don't want that. I mean, y'all, I don't get into politics, but if you want to talk about it, we can from an economic standpoint. The government controlling the price, that's communism. This is not a communist country, even though we have some communist attributes. We lean a little well socialism, right? Socialism. We can say socialism, we can say communism, depending on how you want to look at it. That's not the type of country that we live in necessarily on paper, I guess. Even though we take on some of them practices with all of the public services. I'm not even agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying that that's the reality. From my opinion, we don't want the government controlling the prices of things because the government don't tend to get those things right. Okay. For example, if the government controlled, all right, so like housing, right? Or any really almost any industry, when the government starts intervening and playing around with the prices, they still don't do it in a way that's fair and works out for everyone. Just like the corporations, it's hard. It's hard. Journey of life, because like we live in a capitalistic society, right? We live in a society that's based around incentive and making money, right? If you have the incentive to if the incentive is money, you know, certain parts of the population, certain people will work very hard to earn that money. And some of those people will go on to create jobs that then can hire people that will then go work hard and make their own money, right? That doesn't work out in socialism and communism, right? So in a capitalistic society, you have the ability to make as much money as you want. The problem with that is people can get very, very greedy, and that includes the pharmaceutical companies. So if a pharmaceutical company is charging $500 for ZEPBOUND, and we're saying, okay, so the government should go to that company and say, hey, you can't do that. It should be $20. What incentive does that company have to make the next ZEPBOUND? What incentive do they have to make the first ZEPBOUND if the government just going to come in and say, hey, no, you can't make profits off of that, even though you did the research, you did the work, you gathered all the information, you did the studies, you did the this, you spent the money, you built the plants, you did the this, you did the that. You can't sell it for a profit. It's $20 moving forward. What incentive would that pharmaceutical company have to create the first ZEPBOUND or the next one? They would have no incentive. So the government just controlling the price of everything doesn't necessarily work, right? Now, as far as them paying for everything, that doesn't work either. One, because they broke. They ain't got no money. They spend a lot of money, but they ain't got no money. Okay. So we pay all these taxes we do now. You live in California, journey of life. You should know what that feels like to pay outrageous amounts of taxes and don't know where the hell that shit's going. So do I think Eli Lilly should drop the price of ZEPBOUND so that the government would be more willing to pay for it? They just did that. They just did it. They did. They came to an understanding. I think they came to an understanding for Manjaro. I don't know about ZEPBOUND. I know ZEPBOUND vials got the price drop, but I don't know if they agreed to cover ZEPBOUND on Medicaid and Medicare and all that. Anyway, my point was, sorry for the segue. The government's broke. The government is broke, okay? The government needs to let companies make products and services that people will pay for and let them charge what they're going to charge. If companies price themselves out, then they just price themselves the fuck out. They don't last. You know what I mean? So the last thing about that journey of life is that sometimes it backfires where because the government pays for stuff, companies will take advantage by hiking up the price. For example, colleges, right? Colleges that get student loan grants or student loans, students that go to very expensive colleges and they take out federal student loans. Those student loans are backed by the federal government, meaning that that school is going to get paid no matter what. So you know what the schools do? They charge the fuck out of them students to get them loans. Okay. They hike the prices because they know the government's gonna pay for it. So sometimes that can backfire. Okay, I'm done. They're not poor, they just spend the money on the stupidest shit ever. Okay, so how does the government make money? $30 trillion in debt sounds like poor to me. That sounds like broke. It sounds very broke. Now, spending money on stupid stuff is like being broke with a Louis Vuitton bag. Does that sound like America? But if it helps the obesity epidemic they should. I disagree. Because paying for everything doesn't help anybody. It just makes the rest of us in the middle that pay the most, well, not the most, but that pay into the tax system, right? That don't help us. That don't help us, okay? Like that don't help the rest of us, right? We pay into the tax system, and yes, we are here. We should help the needy, right? But paying for everything isn't helping. That's not helping. Okay. No incentive. Yeah, no incentive. If the government didn't waste money, they'd have plenty of money. Yeah, but they don't. Like they do waste money and they don't have plenty of money. Have y'all heard about what's going on in Minnesota right now? How did people steal billions of dollars from the federal government when the federal government ain't got no money? How did they steal billions of dollars from the government when this is why they ain't got no money, because they don't know how to spend it. They just giving it out. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They charge so much for college. I'm not in college, but my friends, older friends have been applying. It's expensive, yeah, because they know the students gonna take out federal loans. The federal government are gonna back those loans. So the schools are gonna get paid. So that's why the price of college is so high. If the federal government would stop paying for college, the only way the colleges would ever make money is if they lowered the prices to what people could afford. That's how it works. That's why the argument that the government made to the pharmaceutical companies was charge the same price to Americans they did for other countries, because sometimes the government contributes to their R&D. I have a special font on StreamYard, so I couldn't tell what it said. R&D. Okay. Yeah, let me take this off the screen. Because oh wait, hold on real quick before I continue with y'all comments. Let me show you the food pyramid real quick, okay? So sorry for the segue. We have at the bottom bread, rice, cereal, pasta. I think we would disagree with that in 2026. The next group is fruits and vegetables. I don't think that's horrible. I just think it's like I don't think that's horrible. The next group would be milk, yogurt, and cheese, so dairy. And then I disagree with having only a small portion of meat. If I was to remake this, and fats and oils were at the top. If I was to remake this pyramid, I wish I could draw on the screen right now. If I was to remake this, right, I would switch these things around. I would put the starches, the grains at the bottom. That would be the very top of the triangle, right? I would put the meat and the proteins. I would put that on the bottom as the majority of the diet. I'd keep the vegetables right where they are. I'd keep the vegetables where they are, and I'd replace that third tier right below the triangle. I'd replace that with like dairy and fats, and then I'd put grains at the very top. I would rather a person eat more. I would rather a person eat more dairy and fat and protein over grains. So I would make the grains, the rice, the bread, the cereal, I would make that the smallest portion of the triangle if we were going to remake it. Now it's not this anymore. Now it's my plate. But yeah, that's how I would redo it. I would leave I'm fine with the vegetables, with the produce being where it is. But I'd flip the protein and the grains, and I'd put the grains at the top, and I'd move the fats and oils down. Like you can have more avocado oil, you can have the yolks in your eggs, you can have the bacon, you can have the steak with the fat on it, you can have the butter, you can have the whole milk, you can have the yogurt, what other cheese, right? That's how I would do it. What do you guys think? Or how would you guys switch it up? Or do you like the chart the way it is? Like, should we have kept this? Yes, because they pay how much again for people with diabetes and meds and people who are sick from being obese. That's the example of wasting money. People are stealing billions in a number of ways from the government because they don't do enough verification and auditing. Exactly. Yeah, India pays less than us for Manjaro, aka ZEPBOUND. Quick question, because we're gonna start wrapping up, so we can just chit chat for a moment. And I have some time tomorrow. I have some freedom, so. Or I might, matter of fact, I'm gonna read your email too, Sydney. Matter of fact, let me pull it up on here. I'll have time to cut this video down. I had the reason I didn't do it for the last couple of ones was because I was sick. So that's why I didn't get to edit those previous streams. So if you were looking forward to me doing that, I apologize. But I'm willing to entertain this argument by Journey of Life. So Sydney sent me an email, says more than 70% of US adults may meet criteria for obesity. Sydney, this is not what I thought you were sending me. Sydney, This is not what I thought you were sending me. Okay, hold on. This is not what I thought you were sending me. Oh my God. And the reason why I'm so taken aback by that is because I did not know we were going to be looking at something that said more people would qualify under the new criteria. I thought it was going to say less people. Like, I thought they were going to be more lenient. Like, okay, not as many people are obese because obese is a bad word and BMI is flawed and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's what I thought was going to happen. Okay, good night, Andrew. And again, congratulations on becoming a moderator, okay? See you soon. So, okay. Oh God, Sydney, I didn't know. Oh God. All right, let's go over this real quick. Okay. Let's see.
May meet criteria that's new. Well, if losing weight is
Y'all
one
hear
of your
that?
New Year's resolutions, you may want to listen to this one. More than 75% of adults in the US may meet criteria that's new for obesity. That's according to new estimates of obesity based on a definition recently proposed by the
Sound check. Can y'all hear this? That's a good perspective, Sydney. Oh my God, y'all are gonna make me do a 5-hour stream. Stop being smart, okay? Can y'all hear this article? Listen to this. Okay, it says only 40%. This is the number I was given earlier. I said 45 to 50, but it's 40%. It says only 40% of adults meet criteria for obesity when BMI alone is used. However, more than 75% of US adults may meet criteria for obesity under new definition. It's a pandemic. It's a pandemic. Okay, journey of life. Okay, you were behind. It's a pandemic, y'all. Listen, you know what's so crazy about this? This is bad. This is bad. This is bad because this is what I've been saying for the past month or so. Now that I am losing weight, right? Now that I've lost 70 pounds and I have more weight to lose, my sensitivity to overweight is so heightened. The littlest bit, the smallest amount of excess weight looks excessive to me. Am I the only one experiencing that? Am I the only one experiencing that? Everybody looks overweight to me now. Everybody, not everybody, not literally, but people that I would have just kind of normally just looked past are visibly overweight to me now. Am I the only one that realizes that? Okay, let me let y'all listen to the article because I know it got to be at least 2 people like, girl, play the damn video. Okay, hold on.
Lancet Global Commission. Researchers found that BMI alone may significantly underestimate obesity in adult Americans.
I thought BMI was the bad guy because BMI overestimates obesity. I'm big bone. My bone density, it's muscle. It's not accounting for this. It's not accounting for that. I thought BMI was the bad guy because it was overestimating obesity and not accounting for certain, other factors. We're now saying that BMI is underestimating obesity. This is not good. This is not good. I walk around the grocery store and wow, everyone is overweight. Meanwhile, at Trader Joe's, I saw maybe 3 in the entire store. Wow, interesting. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good.
New definition includes waist-based measures. Adult Americans estimate obesity in adult Americans. The new definition includes waist-based measurements, significantly increasing obesity estimates. Former top CDC official Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis.
Now, here's the thing, people. Whenever I talk about BMI, I say, okay, so BMI is height to weight, right? Height to weight, gender and age, but height to weight. Now, people have had issues with BMI because they're like, it doesn't account for muscle, it doesn't account for bone density, right? Okay, true. But what I say when I talk about BMI is like, yes, BMI is flawed. However, the further you are from your quote unquote ideal weight or normal or healthy weight for your height, the more we should care about BMI, because that is the standard that we have, okay? We cannot look at a 37, 42 BMI and just be like, BMI is flawed. When your stomach is hanging over you clearly have excess abdominal fat, right? I'll let you slide with the big butt fat, thigh fat, arm fat. I'll let you slide with all that. When you have a waist, right? When your waist is, I don't know, what was my waist at its highest? 40 something. You cannot be dismissive of BMI. So that's my point, right? So now they're going to include the waist measurements. They're going to include the waist measurements so people can't get around it. This is not good for fat acceptance. This is not good for fat acceptance. This ain't good for them. This is not good for Tess Holiday. This ain't good for previous Lizzo. This ain't good for all the other people, the bigums, the big backs. Okay, we all have our big back phase. But listen, this is not good for the people that are very dismissive of BMI because they're weaponizing the fact that BMI is flawed. I think we'll help you want some time. Kim, thank you so much for volunteering your free labor as a moderator. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good night. You and hubby have a good night, okay? I'm going to just be on here talking shit for like another 30, 45 minutes, whatever. Too much abdominal fat is also the gateway to illness. That's my point. So the way that I looked at BMI was that obviously the point that you should be paying attention to is that fat is sitting in the midsection, but BMI doesn't account for abdominal fat. It doesn't. So you have to use your eyes, ideally a measuring tape, but you have to use your eyes, right? You have to use your eyes to, like, you know what I mean? So it's like after a certain point, you can't just be like, oh, BMI. Now, if you're within 10 pounds of your ideal body, right? Because now I got some suspicions about that term. But if you're within 10 pounds of your ideal body weight, then sure, you can dismiss BMI. But when you're 70, 80, 100 pounds overweight, 50 pounds overweight, now I personally think 20 is too much, but nothing to like call home about. But when you're 40, 50, 100 pounds overweight, 200 pounds overweight, I'm going to need you to shut up about BMI being flawed. Because at that point, you don't even got to talk about BMI. Your abdominal cavity is covered in too much fat. And that's not an aesthetic thing. That's a clinical thing. Okay. I'm just saying. But let's continue. So now that we're going to include the midsection, people aren't going to get out of being considered obese.
Joins us for more on this. Great to have you. So explain to us this new obesity definition. Why are we changing it? What are the measurements that researchers are using here?
Well, thanks for having me on, Elizabeth. So I think I think the main point is that not all fat is built the same. So fat that's around your waist is more significant to health than other parts of your body. And the body mass index, that's the BMI, it actually uses your height and your weight to estimate whether you're obese or not. And it doesn't take into account where the fat is. So this is a different way of asking the question, and one that may actually be clinically more significant for people's health.
So if 75% of American adults meet this criteria for obesity, what does this say to you about our country's health right now?
I think, the baseline is that, I think we have an obese country. It's probably obesity, one of the most significant drivers of chronic disease. I think also the other part of this is that we need to do a bit more research. So this is one study that uses the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey and uses this new criterion to see how many people would qualify as obese when you take into account their waist measurement. So I think that there needs to be sort of a deeper look into whether there should be stratifications regarding age and other factors. But I think at the end of the day, I think this reaffirms what we all know, which is that obesity is a big problem in the US and drives a lot of cardiovascular and endocrine disease like diabetes.
I think this might be surprising to.
This is a goddamn shame. Now, this was part of the point. Thank you, Sydney, for the video. This was part of the point of going over the diet changes, right? Because how did we go from a country of quote unquote normal weight people to majority obese in 100 years? That's only about 5 generations. A generation is 20 years. Okay. 6 if you're nasty, 6 generations if we go 120 years. Okay. How do we go from great grandparents being average weight, right? Normal weight, to now we are majority obese? So to reflect back on when I did that poll, the people that voted genetics, okay, that's not completely wrong, but that's genetics don't change. Genes don't change that fast. Genes change over hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, okay? Hundreds of thousands, let's say thousands of years, okay? It takes thousands of years for gene alterations to really show throughout a population. So we would be saying that something has happened to the genes of 75% of the population, and not even the past 120 years, because the epidemic has only started to skyrocket in the past 20 to 30. In 30 years, the genes of the population across the whole country have changed so much that 75% of people are now obese. That's not how genetics work. So can you be predisposed to obesity because your parents were obese? Yes, especially the mom, right? That is true. But that does not explain 75% of the population, especially if a lot of us had normal weight parents, but we ended up obese. If your parents were born in the 40s, if your parents were born in the 50s and they were a normal weight throughout their adulthood, and then they had you in, let's say, the 70s, and then you ended up overweight or obese, how is that genetics? Now, if you ended up overweight or obese and your kid ends up overweight or obese, genetics is a small part of that, but it is a part. But it's like, if you had normal weight parents, how is it genetics that you ended up obese? I would have caught that later, and me watching the stream, it would have been like, why did you let me say obese? You understand what I'm trying to say? So it's much more significant than just genetics, right? I think it's easy when we look at the last generation or two that, we say, oh, it's genetics. But no, when we think about the fact that our grandparents and parents were normal weight, how is it genetics? For 70 people are in the United States, US population, 340 million people. 340 million people is in the United States. 75% of those people are probably going to be considered obese now. And you know what's sad about that? How many of those people are children and infants? That's not going to be all adults. I'm pretty sure children, adolescents, toddlers, infants are going to be included in that. Because toddlers can be obese. You ain't never seen an obese toddler? I was only fat one in my family. Explain that. Yeah, that's not genetics. If you're the only fat one, how is that genetics? Genetics would be like the majority of your family is fat. If you're the only fat one, that speaks more to environment and lifestyle. That doesn't speak to genetics. That's like me being the only Black person in my family. Somebody lying about somebody daddy or mama. Like, what? You don't just randomly have a Black child, like, you know, like random. No, somebody lying about something. Okay, if you the only one, right? The only one, that doesn't speak to genetics, unless we're talking about like a disability, right? Unless we're talking about a disability, like something has gone wrong with one of your chromosomes or something like that. But when we're talking about metabolic disease, if you the only one, that speaks to lifestyle and environment. That's how I see it. That's how I see it.
Some people, given the success we've seen of weight loss medications, the popularity of some of these treatments that are helping people lose a lot of weight really fast.
Yeah, I think it's important to look back at the study. And, they actually, the era that the study was done also included the time before weight loss drugs became popular. So I think that the point really is that when you use this new criterion to evaluate folks who are in this survey, you find that a high proportion have obesity based on this new definition. So, I think there's a lot more studies and a lot more questions that need to be asked. So for instance, like if you do use this new definition, how does that change people's if they qualify or not for the use of these weight loss drugs? So I think more to come, but definitely.
So wouldn't that be environment? If you were the only one born in America, wouldn't that speak to environment? Are you agreeing with me? Because it sounds like you're agreeing with me. That would, if you're the only one who's born in a different environment, and then suddenly there's an obese child in the family, that's the environment change. There's something different about the American environment and lifestyle that led to a different outcome as far as your health and weight is concerned. That's what it sounds like to me.
Definitely an important step.
Which is interesting, because I was going to ask, were you born in America? Journey, where was your family born? Oh, yes, you were. Okay, I'm a little slow. Where was your family born? If you want to share, if you don't want to, you don't have to.
To really align to a lot of the other world that looks at waist circumference as well as the BMI to figure out if folks have obesity.
And Dr. Dawson.
Now that's interesting. They did not throw away BMI. They said look at the waist circumference and BMI. I would even agree with that, honestly. I don't think BMI needs to be thrown away. I just think it needs some clarifying maybe and modifying, or you need to add additional tools to pair with BMI. Okay.
Galakis, what do you recommend to folks as we head into the new year, thinking about this definition and maybe concerned about what they might be able to do to take some steps to address it?
Yeah, I think that exercise and diet are really important, and close collaboration with your healthcare provider is also important to see if you qualify for any of the drugs that may help you on your weight loss journey. So I think the bottom line is that we know that the US has an obesity problem. This just affirms that.
Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis, great to have you. Thanks so much for your insight today.
Thanks for having me.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow.
Yeah. Thank you, Sydney, so much. Oh, Syria. Okay. Did I know that? I didn't know that. I don't think I knew that. You might have said it before, but I'm slow. Okay. So thank you, Sydney. Y'all, am I doing too much if I take this sweater off? Because I got a sports bra under here and I'm hot. Okay. Yeah. Y'all not going to see too much if I take this off. I'm so sorry. I'm hot. I don't mean to strip on the live stream. I promise I am not naked. I have on a sports bra. It is fucking hot in here. It is hot. It is hot. It is hot. It is hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. And I don't want to take my hat off because my hair is messed up. Okay. So now that I don't need y'all looking at my goodies, bro. Let me move this. Okay, so now that we see that the standards of what or the qualifications for what is classified as obesity is it officially going to be updated or potentially going to be updated? That's not good for some people. Now I want to go back to Sydney's. Oh God, that's how I know I'm getting tired when my words just start running together and I start making up words, making up names. I want to go back to this earlier point. Okay. Okay, I want to go back to this point. Okay. So maybe the pharmaceutical companies keep the prices high on GLP-1s because they know it's just a matter of time before the other drugs are no longer needed. Blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes, etc. Okay. Potentially update. Okay. Here's what I think about that. I shouldn't have taken it off the screen because now I gotta find it again. Okay. So, and like the stream if you haven't already, or you can like or dislike. Okay. This is an interesting theory. Now, what I think is it's very simple as far as like why companies set the prices that they set. Okay. One, the primary reason is profit above all else. It is not the customer. It is not because they're nice. It is not because they're saving lives. Okay, Journey. It is not because they give a fuck. Okay. It's because they have a product. They are trying to get a return on their investment, the investment that they put into creating the product. So one, they are trying to get the money back that they invested and they're trying to make money. So that's the profit. Point blank, period, full stop. And I don't even disagree with that as a working model. I don't. We live in a capitalistic society. Products and services built this country, you know? So it just kind of is what it is. Now, as the consumer, we do get a voice. You either buy the shit or you don't. You either buy the shit or you don't. If you don't buy it, okay, or if not enough people buy it, then maybe the price is just too high, right? So if you have a product and you set a price that you want to get your return on your investment, but not enough people buy it to get that return, then your price is too high. The market said, no, we not paying for that. But if people pay for it, if enough people want it and enough people have the money to pay that high price, Louis Vuitton, then you get your profits and you're happy. Can everybody afford Louis Vuitton? No. But is Louis Vuitton trying to lower their prices so they can get more customers? No. Is Louis Vuitton trying to lower their prices because they want to be nice and more people would like to afford it? No. Louis Vuitton set a price. They have a demand to meet that price, so they're good. Same thing with pharmaceutical companies, okay? Pharmaceutical companies are just companies. They are not here to help us. Their products help us because we need the help. So, you know, like their incentive isn't to help, but if they can get it right, 70% of the time, they'll make some money, right? Like if they can get it right, because they've come out with some horrible drugs, right? One being Viagra, which you know, my mom had a heart attack from back in the early 2000s, and I think Viagra has since been taken off the shelves. There was like a crazy class action lawsuit. So they've had I said Viagra, not Viagra. Vioxx. Sydney, drop a sidebar. Not Viagra. Vioxx, okay? Not Viagra. Vioxx. Viagra is very much so still on the shelves. Viagra, Vioxx is not, okay? I think they took it off the shelves. because it was causing heart attacks. So there have been some horrible medications pumped out by the pharmaceutical industry, but there have been some wonderful ones like ZEPBOUND. Okay. Now, do we know whether or not in 20 years they're gonna be like, oh my God, ZEPBOUND like allegedly causes X, Y, and Z? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we'll figure it out if we're gonna have a class action lawsuit or not. All right. But in the meantime, in between time, penicillin, right? We got penicillin. We got ibuprofen. We got no. Ibuprofen, yes, I use it, but I ain't gonna consider that one of the good ones. Okay. What are some of the good things that have come out of insulin? EpiPens, okay. Anesthesia, opioids when they're not abused, right? All of the antibiotics, right? So we have gotten wonderful feats from the pharmaceutical industry. Now, when it comes to pricing, is pricing supposed to be fair? It should be. Should there be regulations to encourage fair pricing? Sure. Yes, there should be. Should the government control the pricing? No, because the government gets half the shit they do wrong. No. Like when it comes to money, expect the government to get it wrong. Period. That's how I feel. When it comes to money, expect the government to get it wrong. If the government is controlling the price of something or giving out money or taking away money, if it comes to money, expect the government to get it wrong. Okay. When it comes to money, expect the company to be greedy and expect the government to get it wrong. We as the consumers can choose to buy it or don't. Now with ZEPBOUND, I know people are not gonna like this. I don't know. Okay. Mom, I'm sorry. I told the world you was on Viagra. Shut up, Journey. Shut up. Yes, my dad got a settlement from the class action Vioxx lawsuit. Yes, my mom did too. Yeah, she had a heart attack. She survived it, but she did have a heart attack from Vioxx. Antibiotics. I'm gonna need y'all to shut up and leave you. Shut up. I'm gonna fire you guys by taking your wrenches because y'all, that is not nice. Y'all could have been like, oh, we know what you meant, V. Y'all didn't have to laugh. Y'all did not have to laugh. Okay. Sheesh. Now back to what I was saying. I'm glad Jen wasn't here to witness that. And I hope she don't catch it on the playback. And Reindeer be watching the playback. Reindeer don't say shit. Okay. Don't say nothing. Okay. So when it comes to ZEPBOUND, right? Well, at least I'm not Dumb Dora, right? Me and my sisters have nicknames. Hard-headed Hannah, me. Dumb Dora, one sister. Dizzy Dean, the other sister. I'm not Dizzy or the dumb one, so okay. But anyway, no, Jen, go. Hey, you didn't have to say nothing. You could have kept it quiet, Jennifer. Shh. But we didn't know what you meant. But the point, Sydney, is that you were supposed to pretend to know. You could have been like, she didn't mean that. Even though I said it 3 times. I said Viagra like 3 times before I caught myself. You could have pretended to know. You could have been like, maybe she meant something else. Okay? You could have pretended. Y'all not on code. That's the problem now. Y'all not on code. The only reason I didn't want you to hear it, Jen, is because you work in that industry. So okay. Not Jenny, where you at? Where art thou? Okay. So the point with ZEPBOUND is when it comes to pricing, okay, and when it comes to this thing with the obesity rate, and back to Sydney's point of them keeping the price high because maybe they know they're gonna the other medications are gonna fade out into existence. I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay, I think that the rate. Okay, I think obesity rates are going to drop. I think heart disease rates are going to drop. I think a lot of this type 2 diabetes rates are going to drop. I think a lot of this is going to be a result of improved health from the wave of GLP-1s. I really do believe that. Like, even though GLP-1s have been around for 20, 30 years, they're really, really good now. I don't think the drop is going to be sharp though, because accessibility is still a problem, right? Even with compound, there's still a problem with accessibility. Okay. Now, does that mean that people won't need blood pressure and cholesterol and different types of heart medications and or even metformin or insulin? Does it mean that people won't need these medications anymore? No, but will they need them less? Maybe. I think that there will be an increase of people getting off of these medications, but I think where the real numbers will come in is people not needing to get on these medications in the first place, right? So like the up and coming generation, or like the people that would have been on a trajectory to type 2 diabetes or would have been on a trajectory to heart disease, I think that that's going to be maybe stunted or turned around, but I don't know how fast that's going to happen because not everybody is going to have access to GLP-1s. Y'all need to stop. Leave me alone. We know you're tired. I am tired. Okay, so do I think that that's why they're keeping their prices high? Maybe, but I really just think it's about making their profits. I really do. I really think it's about making their profits, and it's because they're just another American company, and that's what American companies do. Am I mad at them for it? No. Is it an inconvenience? Yeah. Have they made strides to reduce the prices? Absolutely. Did they have to? No. Did the government and the companies get together and work at least something out to improve accessibility? Yes. Will they continue to work together to improve accessibility? I hope so. Now, are people entitled to affordable healthcare? This may have to be a separate live stream because we're over the 4-hour mark. I was laying down listening, like, what is she saying? Y'all, I'll be listening back to my live streams like, why did they let me say that? Why did they let me say this? Why did they let me say that? No, that Viagra one would have been bad. I would have had to start a vertical just to clean that up. If y'all didn't say nothing in the chat, I mean, I caught it before y'all said something, but if y'all really didn't say nothing, I would have had to start a vertical just to clean that up. Like, why did y'all let me say Viagra? Why did y'all let me say my mommy was on Viagra? Okay. Viex is the name I haven't heard in ages. Yes, my mom had a heart attack in like 2005, 6, 7, something like that. There is literally an increase of people getting off blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes meds, not to mention the other health conditions that people won't encounter because they no longer have those diseases. Yeah, but I would not attribute all of that to GLP-1s though. I think that over the past decade, at least, right? I'll even give you 15 years. People have been getting off of some of these medications, especially when it comes to type 2 diabetes, because there was already this conversation going around about reducing sugar, fasting, fat being acceptable to eat again, more reasonable diets like keto or even veganism. Like here's the thing. Because of an exploding information in the past like 10 to 15 years, I wouldn't even say research. I'm talking about like people like self-experimentation. So people going carnivore and reversing their type 2 diabetes, people going vegan and losing weight or reversing some other sort of ailment, people reducing sugar and reversing their diabetes or obesity, people losing weight and reversing their heart disease. So people have already been doing the research before the popularity of the GLP-1s. So I would say that. Plus, on top of the GLP-1s, there were some other medications that were helping, like metformin. I think that the side effects of metformin outweigh, I don't know if they outweigh the benefits, but metformin has some really strong side effects that I'm not a fan of. But there were other medications that were helping along the way. But I really think a lot of these numbers come from people just taking their health into their own hands. Unfortunately, it's not happening fast enough. Now, enter 2020, popularity of the GLP-1s, right? They were already being used, but mainstream popularity enters in 2021, 22, something like that. Is that going to contribute to those numbers decreasing? I think so. But will people never need blood pressure medication again? No, I don't think so. Because you can be at a normal weight and still have high blood pressure. It could be, you can still have hypertension. It could be caused by something completely different that's unrelated to your weight. So that's why I say, are people gonna get off of these medications? For one, no. Well, yes, people are, but will everybody get off of them? No, because there are going to be some doctors that are just stuck in their ways and they're not going to stop recommending them, or there are going to be people that need them for other reasons, is what I think. Girl, I was doing the dishes, coming to my phone to say, really, Viagra did that? Y'all gonna have to leave me alone. I disagree. Doctors have been overprescribing meds more now than in the past. Doctors no longer work with patients to cure their problems. They only prescribe meds. Doctors have never worked with patients to cure their problems, unless we're talking about like 1,000 years ago. Like in the past 200 years, in the past 150, let's just go beginning of America, 250 years. In the past 250 years, let's just be more modern since we started in the 1900s. In the past 120 years, doctors have not worked to cure a goddamn thing. Doctors don't cure. Doctors prescribe. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. Now, overprescribing more now than in the past. I mean, I just think it gets progressively worse over time. Like there is no reversal of doctors prescribing unless now this is a place where government intervention comes in, right? Because the doctors caused the opioid epidemic. The doctors, physicians in the US of the A caused the opioid epidemic by over prescribing. They caused it. They caused it, giving out 30 oxycodones and Percocets at a time, 60-day supplies. Dirty scripts, like giving scripts to people that don't really need the script. They caused it. Now, it took government to, intervention to calm a lot of that down, but there's still an epidemic. Now people just get them off the streets. But the doctors started that shit. Now, overprescribing, that's what doctors do. That's what they do. The older people get more meds. Doctors prescribe. It's an epidemic. I remember when my PCP said to me that the general rule was 1 med per decade of life. That's scandalous. Yeah, no, I agree. That because that's what I don't know what you call them, but the pharmaceutical reps, that's what they're. Okay. Do we need to have a stream of like what a doctor's job is in the US versus what we think it is? Because we do know that physicians are influenced on what to prescribe, how often to prescribe it, how much to prescribe. We do know that our doctors are influenced to do these things by pharmaceutical companies. Like we do know that our doctors go to retreats and conventions and talks and all of these things sponsored by pharmaceutical companies, right? We do know that, right? So when doctors go to medical school, they don't go to medical school to learn how to cure shit. Surgeons go to medical school and learn how to do very acute, things. Broken bone, this is how you fix it. This is how you fix a blood vessel. This is how you do a surgery. This is how you do this. This is how you fix a broken leg. Like all of that makes sense, right? For surgeons. But general practitioners, primary care physicians, what do they do? Except talk to you for 15 minutes and prescribe a medication. All my PCP does is order my blood work and prescribe my ZEPBOUND. I never need to talk to her about anything. She's not a bad lady. She's in full support of my journey. She keeps track of my weight loss. All she does is order my blood work, take my weight, and write my script. What else are they there for? If you got a vagina, maybe you go get a pap. Okay? Not maybe. You should be going to get that. You should be going to get that. Okay? Get you a mammogram. Okay? Got a cold? go and get you some Sudafed or something, cough syrup, whatever. Barely need that from them because you can get it from the pharmacy. Other than that, what do PCPs do? They don't do a motherfucking thing. They don't do shit. I don't want to be disrespectful, but they don't know shit either. What do they know? They can barely help you. Like, they can barely help with chronic disease. You got to go to a specialist to even get any type of help with chronic disease. And most people don't even go see an obesity specialist. I didn't even know that was a thing. Y'all taught me about obesity specialists. I never knew that was a thing. So it's like overprescribing, that's all they know how to do. And now I want to be respectful. If there are any doctors watching, you never know who's watching, right? So if there's a doctor watching that's like, man, that's not true, that's offensive, then please educate me. Educate me. Educate me. Because I don't know what PCPs do other than write scripts. That's why I go to a functional medicine doctor too, because they look at everything and work with you to cure your health issues. The downside is you have to pay totally out of pocket. That's not accessible for most people. There's no point in talking about them. Not that they don't matter, but that is a luxury. Like, that's a privilege that most people aren't going to be afforded. So they are in the minority as far as healthcare, and they're a wonderful addition to healthcare, but they are not the majority of the conversation. That is a privilege and a wonderful privilege to have. But as far as everybody else, those of us that go to regular doctors, I wish I could type it out on the screen. Regular doctors, they don't do shit. They barely know anything. Okay. Like, I hate to say it and be disrespectful of their professions. We should trust our doctors. We should consult with our doctors. But I do not believe that GLP-1s are responsible for, well, solely responsible for the reduction of certain medications being needed or certain chronic disease. Solely responsible? No. I think that people are taking their health into their own hands and reversing their diseases, not curing, but reversing their diseases on their own. It's people like Dr. Jason Fung that makes me believe this, because he works with people, obese patients, most of the time elderly, via fasting to reverse their obesity. No, like, pharmaceutical intervention. Most of them make it off of their medication. So with a little bit of guidance from a specialist, they reverse their obesity. A lot of them reverse their type 2 diabetes. That's those people doing the work. That's not the doctor giving them some medicine that's helping them do that. But I'm not anti-pharmaceutical though, also, just to be clear. I'm not anti-pharmaceutical. I'm pro ZEPBOUND. Give me my ZEPBOUND. Give me my fat shot or else we're going to have a problem. Give me I want my fat shots, okay? Doctors who are in the system don't have total control over how they treat patients. All right. So what do? They are under the control of the medical system and insurance companies. Right. So what do? What they're told. That's my point. What do they do other than what they are told? I'm not even saying it's their fault. If their hands are tied behind their back, I've heard of doctors being very frustrated that their hands are tied behind their back. Okay. Let's say it's not their fault. What do they do other than what they're told by their medical boards, their insurance company, the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies, and big food too. Big food's in there. Big food, big sugar's in there. Big tobacco was in there. I think tobacco's kind of taboo, even though people still smoke. I don't know if big tobacco I doubt they have a grip on the doctors, but big food does. Coca-Cola does. Like, what do they do other than what they're told? I never said GLP-1s were totally responsible for anything, if that's what you think I said. No. What you said was that you think that Eli Lilly or the pharmaceutical companies could potentially be keeping the prices high because they know soon the other medications won't be needed. So I was responding to that, to say that I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think it's necessarily true that those medications won't be needed anymore. That's what I'm responding to. I don't know what a concierge doc is. What is that? Some doctors are now concierge docs. I don't know what that is. Okay. So this was fun. That video of the criteria changing is, it's good and it's not. It's good because we need more accurate representation, but it's not because it's going to be a horrible reflection on the country. And I just don't think the country is ready to face that obesity is not normal, overweight is not normal, excess body fat is not normal, especially abdominal fat. It should have never been normalized. It should have never been ignored. It should have been taken more seriously. Like, obesity should be taken as seriously as any other epidemic. Why is it casually called an epidemic and then everybody just goes to sleep at night? Like, that's cool. Like, they don't got nothing to be scared of. We had a previous epidemic. Everybody was terrified because ain't nobody want to die. So why is nobody afraid of dying from obesity? Why is nobody afraid of dying from obesity? We got people making it to 4, 5, 6, 700 pounds. We should be, no pun intended, definitely afraid of dying from obesity. Yes, we should. We should be very, very afraid of it. Very scared, terrified of obesity. We should be terrified of abdominal fat. We should be. Remember, we talked about in the last stream, abdominal fat functions as an organ. It is releasing, what do you call it? Not hormones, inflammation into the rest of the body, cytokines. We should be very afraid of it. A concierge doctor is a doctor who does not work within a medical system, nor do they accept insurance. You pay a monthly or annual fee for them to be your doctor. Also sounds like something that most people would not have access to, because most people, I don't know about most, but a good amount of people are using medical insurance either through their job, through the marketplace, or through the government. So paying out of pocket for a doctor, to me, is like paying out of pocket for ZEPBOUND. I understand it. I totally get it. I would do it. I just feel like that's not going to be an option for most people. There's no fat people in senior homes that I've seen. Do you think that's because of their diets growing up, or do you think it's because like they just lost the body fat as they age? Yeah, but there would be now though, right? There's no fat in senior homes that I've seen. What are we considering senior? 80? So maybe born in the 40s, 30s, something like that. It would make sense for them to not be obese. But what about people in their 40s? They wouldn't be senior yet. Like people born in the 80s wouldn't be senior yet. People born in the 70s wouldn't be senior yet. I would even say people born in the 60s wouldn't be. Are they senior? But not senior enough to be in a senior home. So it would make sense that if you're in a senior home, you have to be like 75 plus, I would think. If that's the case, I would think that they were born in like the 50s, 40s. So that would make sense that they wouldn't be obese based on the information that we did at the beginning of the stream. It's not as expensive as you think. Functional medicine doctors are more expensive. Okay. People have annual insurance deductibles that are far greater than the cost of a concierge doctor, possibly. And insurance deductibles are disgusting. A lot of people don't even meet their deductible. I'm one of those people. I pay an extraordinary amount for health insurance, and I don't meet my deductible unless I have some sort of major thing to pay for. It's disgusting. Like honestly, I the only reason I have health insurance, I'm not gonna lie, it's for emergencies, which sucks. Because I don't want to break a leg and not have health insurance, right? But I would be better off paying for my primary care physician out of pocket because I only see her 2 to 3 times a year. I pay for my medicine out of pocket. Like I pay $400 a month for insurance and don't even use it. Well, I mean, I do use it for like, mental health, like seeing a therapist, but I could pay for that out of pocket and it would be cheaper than my health insurance. So the only reason I have health insurance is for unexpected, like critical or emergency care, right? I don't want to pay them damn. I don't want to pay $1,000 to ride in an ambulance if I need ambulance. Okay. If I need to, and God forbid, you never know when a person could get it, like a, God forbid, like a critical illness diagnosis. Hospital bills get very, very high. And at that case, the bill would be higher than deductible. So, it would be easier in that case to pay a deductible than it would be to pay a $30,000 hospital bill, right? So it's hard. We get penalized for not having health insurance. Who's we? Have you tried to get a quote as an individual? For what? Are you talking about marketplace health insurance? They'll charge you a penalty when you pay your taxes here. You mean like your state or federally? I had my friend do it and it saved her a lot of money. Do what? Are we talking about the concierge doctor? Health insurance. What kind of health insurance? Health insurance is generally for what's considered catastrophic care. However, the ACA eliminated the sale of catastrophic care. Are you talking about for 2026? Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, that's what I have. It's $400 a month. I get my insurance for $400 a month. So I know with Obamacare, which was federal, that was a thing. I thought that got repealed though. The whole getting charged a fee if you don't have health care. I thought that got repealed. Catastrophic policies were inexpensive, though these current healthcare policies are ridiculously expensive. Yeah, $400 is out of control. It's crazy. She went with Blue Cross Blue Shield. She didn't go with her employer. Yeah, that's what I did. I didn't go with my employer because it was shit. It was worse. So I went with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it's expensive. It's $400. I mean, I could have got it like $100 less, which is still high, $300. But that's just like, I mean, bare necessities. That's just like that's just like, it basically didn't cover shit unless like something extremely horrible happened, and the deductible was like $9,000. Like it's crazy. But I don't want to go down a rabbit hole about insurance. Oh, the only point that I was trying to make, Sydney, not to say that you were saying GLP-1s are solely responsible for the reduction in these medications. I was just trying to point out that I don't think the pharmaceutical companies, even though it could be true, I don't think that they're keeping the prices high because they can foresee a reduction in metabolic issues or illness or what do you call it? Now y'all got me thinking catastrophic. Chronic disease. I don't think that's why they're keeping the prices high. I think it's for profit. That's all. It's just for profit. And I think that GLP-1s are not. I think that we end up seeing a drop in the need for these medications because people begin to get smarter about their health in the past 15 years. So GLP-1s get some credit, but I also think that people simply having access to more information and doctors being able to put more information out, like your Dr. Jason Fung's and all of the different YouTube doctors. I don't want to call them YouTube doctors. That wasn't nice. But the doctors that take time to put information out there and teach people about their health, I think that plays a big factor too. I have something called Covered California. Yes, the feds eliminated the penalty for not having health insurance, but California is always doing their own thing. So who knows? Ooh, Okay, I'm hating California, honestly, but I won't move because my family's here. I understand what that's like. Okay, so thank y'all for rocking out with me. This was fun. This was long as fuck, but it's long because I was supposed to stop at the 1920s and I didn't because I was curious. Okay. So none of y'all's grandmas was counting calories, apparently. Somebody's grandma was, and their grandkids won't come out the clouds and say, yes, my grandmother was counting calories. Okay. Now, if your grandparents or your parents did Weight Watchers, that's counting calories adjacent, right? Because isn't that like a point system? Okay. So some similar. Something something simpler. I'm tired. Similar. Okay, so here's where we're gonna wrap up. After my strip show. Okay. So should we disregard BMI? I think the answer is no. I wanted to go deeper into BMI, but honestly, now that Sydney has sent me that video, I don't even feel the need to do it. I don't even feel the need to beat BMI over the head because of who created it. Now that we are at a point where we are potentially going to have some other measurements to consider. Okay. So I think that's going to be a hard argument for people to get out of. Should we go back to a more bland 1900s diet? No, I don't really want to eat beef and corn every day with a little bit of potatoes. I don't really want to do that. But I think the principle of going back to a simpler diet with less processed foods, maybe not zero, okay? Is it okay to have a little bit of convenience in 2026? Yes, that's a part of life. Convenience is a part of life. But should convenience be a staple? No, I don't think so. I would say my goal for 2026 is to relearn some things that I think we've unlearned over the generations. That Reddit thread was really fascinating. I might come back and read some more of those because the fact that people are so adamant, people born in the 60s are super adamant about the fact that they rarely ever ate out. I think that that's interesting. I think that's fascinating. Like, why are we eating out so much? Nothing wrong with eating out, but why are we eating out so much? Like, I know there's people that go to McDonald's every day. Because I used to do it. I know there's people that eat pizza every day because I used to do it. I know there's people that eat Chinese food several times a week. You know, I know because I used to do that. So it's like, do we need to go 1900s on them? No. But can we go like 1960s, 70s on them? Minus the TV dinners? I would say yes. Cooking from scratch. Okay. Sprinkling in a little bit of convenience. Y'all are stupid. Stop getting distracted. Listen, I'm going over the plan for 2026. Okay. Y'all are stupid. Thank you, Sydney and Journey of Life. Y'all are like in cahoots. I don't understand what's going on with y'all too. Right. My grandma only cooked and my father as well. Okay. So this is what I didn't grow up in that. I did not. So I'm working backwards, right? I grew up with powdered milk, canned milk, breakfast cereals, packaged noodles, packaged noodles. How else do they come? Like top ramen noodles, potato chips. My mom loved her for some potato chips and pretzels. That was her favorite combination. Soda, juice, candy, Debbie cakes, fast food. I grew up with all of these things. So I'm working backwards and it's taken me 30 years to start working backwards. Okay. So no, I don't need to go 1900s on them eating beef and corn 7 days a week, potatoes. I will be eating bacon. Bacon is here to stay. Now, can I try to find some potentially less crappy bacon? I'll try. I'll see if there are any butchers in my area where I can get some decent, minimally processed bacon. Eating out used to be a treat. That is not how I grew up. Eating out was the norm, even though I grew up poor, which is, I think I was just spoiled in that way, and that shouldn't be considered spoiled. But because I'm such a, you know how they say, picky eater really means preferred processed. That was me as a kid. So I preferred processed. So I got to eat out a lot. Okay. I got to eat out a lot. And when I wasn't eating out, I was eating junk food or breakfast cereal or something like that. But you know what I did eat a lot of on the weekends? Bacon. I ate bacon every weekend. Okay. So I've been a bacon head since I was a kid. All right. So now let me get into my strategy for next week. Official weigh-in is tomorrow. Is it 12 o'clock? It's today. Okay. My official weigh-in is today. So become a member if you want to see the weigh-in early, because I'm going to post it later today for my members. And y'all already voted. Y'all already voted on what y'all think is going to happen with that. Now, next week's approach. Okay. I am going to switch it up. I'm going to switch it up from the 1,300 calories. Because I'm curious. Okay. So we talked about last week a little bit of the eat when I'm hungry, stop when I'm not kind of thing, or don't eat when I'm not hungry. For as long as I've been on the GLP-1, I have never tried that strategy. I have always made it a point to try at least 5 days a week to eat. Now, have there been times where I've gone a day or two without eating because I forgot? Yes. Like there have been times where, you know, I've gone a whole day and forgot to eat. There was one time I went 36 hours, literally forgot to eat because I was just not hungry. It just didn't cross my mind. So I have always made it a point to eat. I think I've even made it a point to overeat. I think that's why I'm successfully losing weight now, because I'm only just now getting around to accepting that I don't have to eat at maintenance every single goddamn day. Like I'm overeating, right? I have been overeating. So I think that's why I was losing weight so slowly, because I was just eating too much. So for next week, starting today, which is now Sunday, because we're on the East Coast, all right? So if y'all on the West Coast, ignore me. But on my East Coast people, starting today, Sunday, I am going to, for 7 days, attempt intuitive eating. Oh, Sway, you way late. We 5 hours in, girl. You hella late. I done stripped down to a bra. Yeah, you late, Sway. But shout out to you, Sway. Thank you for joining us. Oh, that's interesting. My grandparents only ate out when they were on vacation. That's an interesting strategy. Not that it was a strategy for them, but if my strategy is to do what the old people used to do, that's an interesting strategy. I only ate out a lot because my parents divorced and no one had time to cook. So I was always surprised. Always supersized McDonald's. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna attempt intuitive eating for 7 days. I have felt since being on a GLP-1 that intuitive eating is a trap. It is a trap to under eating. It is a trap to losing your muscle. It is a trap toward fatigue. It is a trap to potentially, like, I don't want to say ED, but I just feel like intuitive eating is a trap because you are taking a medication that is telling you something that may not completely be true, right? Like, so GLP-1s tell you that you're not hungry, but if you're not careful, you won't eat it. Like, we still need to eat. Like your GLP-1s will trick you out of eating. I can't believe you came back. See, sweet tea, you back? I done stripped down to my bra. It got real in here, okay? You didn't miss a lot. Now I know it's a 5-hour playback, and y'all, you know, some of y'all ain't gonna listen to the 5-hour playback. And I have to travel tomorrow, so I'm gonna try to be an adult, make time, and cut this down. Now I'm not gonna cut it down like I did the Lizzo stream. I think I cut the Lizzo stream into too many parts. But I will try to get this one down into at least 2 or 3, hopefully. Like, what did we at? We're almost at the 5-hour mark. So I'll try to cut them into 2.5-hour bits. Okay. I know what that word mean, but what do they mean when used together? Intuitive eating, intuition eating. Did I confuse that with y'all when I said intuitive eating? You know, I'm not glad I'm not time stamping no more because you gave up on me. I'm surprised Jen didn't fire you. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, the streams got longer, so it's fine. Did I confuse y'all when I said intuitive eating? Intuitive eating means listening to your body. So when you feel like you're hungry, eat. When you're not hungry, don't eat. When you're full, stop. Like stop before you get to the point of overeating, right? If you're not even full, when you're satisfied, stop. If you're no longer if you're no longer hungry, why are you still eating? That's what intuitive eating means. Yes. So that's what I'm gonna be attempting for the next 7 days. I already know that's a recipe for undereating. But y'all know Jen is my greatest influence. And Jen said, listen, I don't count no calories. I eat when I'm hungry. And when I'm not hungry, I don't eat. Okay. So I'm going to try it and I'm going to see what happens. But I will track my food. I just won't plan any food. I just won't. I won't plan anything. Which can be a trap because lack of planning leads me to eating out. So I have to at least plan enough to have food on hand in case I do get hungry. But from what we saw in the food diary, I did not experience hunger until Friday. I took my shot on Monday. I did not experience hunger until Friday. Okay. So I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to try it and see what happens. Are we eating past satisfaction in the chat? That is a question for y'all because I'm not in the chat, so I don't have to answer. Wouldn't they be difficult on Zep? I missed a lot, so you don't have to answer. Intuitive eating? Yes, that's the point. That's the point. I want to see what happens. That's why I haven't done it thus far, but I'm experimenting with different levels of calorie counting, and I'm also experimenting with different levels of like identifying outside of calorie counting and planning when is it a good time to eat and when is it not, because it would be really fucking nice. Like it would be really fucking nice if I can get to maintenance and just eat when I feel like it and don't eat when I don't feel like it. But I genuinely feel like it's a trap, especially for somebody like me that is weight training. But maybe my body will guide me in the right direction. I don't know. Okay. No, Journey is not eating past satisfaction. No, Michelle is not eating past satisfaction. No, Sydney is not eating past satisfaction. And no, Sweet Tea is not eating past satisfaction. Okay. It's actually quite hard to eat past satisfaction. I will say I have tried. I've tried to drink a protein shake past satisfaction and I can't do it. I just can't. But here's the thing. I will start eating even though I'm not hungry. Does anyone else, even if you don't do that, does anyone have that feeling of like, I could eat, or it's time to eat, so I'm going to eat, but I'm not actually hungry? Now, I don't eat past satisfaction because once I, get that full, not even fullness, but like, there's a signal that's happening there in the stomach for me to stop. But I will start eating even though I'm not hungry because I'm trying to get the calories in or I'm trying to get the protein in. I will do that. Sway is not eating past satisfaction. I eat until my brain says stop, but I also don't have these cutoff times. You mean like fasting? Tiny bowls for skinny results. I have been doing the thing where if I go out to a restaurant and I start eating and my brain says stop, I will leave the food there. And now I get mad because I paid for it. Now y'all take y'all food home. I don't take it home. I don't like leftovers. I don't take it home. I don't like leftovers. Okay. Good night, Sweet Tea, and good night, Boss Baby. Thank you for rocking out with me. I feel hungry, not hangry. I only got hangry because the stove tried to kill me. So I was supposed to eat lunch at like 4:30, but I ended up not eating until like 7:30, 8 o'clock because we was trying to fix the Wi-Fi stove. Now, I don't typically get hangry unless I wait too long after my blood sugar has already like started to what feels like crash. It's probably not really crashing, but it feels like it. So if I work out and I wait too long to eat, I will get hangry. Okay. So that makes sense to me. All right. So that's the strategy for next week. Don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to see. And then the week after, I'm going to attempt eating at maintenance, which is probably going to be incredibly hard. So all of this is just an experiment to see which strategy works best. What's going to get me the best weight loss so far. I've seen success. The first 2 weeks was an accident because I was sick, under eating. That's what sparked this, because I want to see what was going to happen when I increase my calories. So far, the increase in calories has led to like somehow I'm still losing weight. But that's technically not an official weigh-in. So I could have fluctuated back up by the time I weigh in tomorrow. The members will get that weigh-in first. And then starting tomorrow, I'm not planning I'm not planning nothing. I'm not planning anything. Nope. I mean, I will plan as far as go grocery shopping, but that's about as far as it's going to go. That's about as far as it's going to go. If I'm hungry, I will eat. If my brain says stop, I will stop. If I am not hungry, I'm not eating. I don't give a damn if I only had 200 calories that day. If I'm not hungry, I'm not eating. That is the plan for the next week, for the next 7 days, which is going to be interesting because by the time I get to Thursday, by the time I get to Thursday, I'm going to be out of town for a birthday. So Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I'm celebrating a birthday weekend. And I start getting hungry by Friday. So it'll be interesting how it's going to work out with no kitchen. I'm probably going to eat out. I know that for a fact because I'm going to be in a hotel. Don't know if I'm going to lose any weight though, which is not really the point. I mean, that is the point, but it's next week's results might be skewed because I'm going to be out. All right. So I'm going to say goodnight to y'all. Thank you to everybody for rocking out with me. Shout out to all of the new moderators. Thank you if you've liked the stream and subscribed. Consider becoming a member if you would like updates before the rest of the channel as far as my weigh-ins, okay? And if you came late and you missed it, I gave a teaser weigh-in where I am somehow down another 2 pounds this week, and the week is not even over yet. We have learned that grandmas and maybe a little bit of grandpas, but they may not admit it, were counting calories, but plenty of them weren't and still maintain their figures. We have learned that about 100 years ago in America, people were normal weight, eating potatoes and bread and steak and bacon and eggs. They ate fat, they ate carbs, they ate sugar, they ate protein, they ate everything, and they were thin. Somehow everybody got fat, okay? And we think that everybody got fat because suddenly a bunch of processed food started to become preferred over whole foods, okay? Does that mean we can't have no processed foods? No, we can have a little bit of it, but my approach for 2026 is going to try to lean more toward as many whole foods as possible. I am not making any promises about increasing my produce, but I do think my diet would be more balanced if I did, okay? So I acknowledge that, but will I do something about it? Probably not. I'm a protein kind of girly, okay? And my approach for next week is some intuitive eating. So we will see what it feels like to eat when I'm hungry on a GLP-1, if I get hungry, and don't eat when I'm not hungry. It's giving skinny vibes to me. It's giving skinny vibes. So again, thank you all for joining me. I know the stream was very long. Hopefully I can spend some time tomorrow cutting it up. And if I don't, just know that I love you anyway. And y'all not getting no more 5-hour streams out of me for the rest of the month, okay? Mwah. I love you. Good night, Journey, Sweetie, Sydney, Jen, Michelle. Thank you all, Sway, for joining us late. And I will see y'all all in the next one. Bye.